let's continue on with why these events have taken place. What has been the greatest contributing factor? The greatest contributor toward the decline of honor and integrity, and thus America's ability to compete in the global economy, is the result of teaching a completely unsubstantiated theory of evolution. Literally, brainwashed teachers brainwashed their pupils over years of formative thought and actually believed in life spontaneously generated from inorganic matter, which spontaneously appeared from nothing, which over time evolved into pond scum of single-celled amoebas, which over more time evolved into complex diversity of life we behold today, including our trillion-plus cell selves. At the same time, they'll state over 99% of all species have become extinct. They teach evolutionary brainwashing that is a religion requiring the greatest faith on earth to believe in, despite all rational thought and scientific evidence. The Nazis did the same thing, and coincidentally, just after World War II, when we incorporated Nazi war criminals into our own government, Project Paperclip and the like, the lie of evolution was practically mandated, and the removal of prayer in our public schools. People who adhere to the religion of evolution offer no sound explanation for their own existence or that of any matter in the universe. Out of all faiths in the world, evolution is by far the most unsubstantiated and has not one tiny shred of evidence to this day to support its irrational acolytes. No one in their right mind believes this nonsense, especially not the foremost scientists in the world today. It was renounced by its originator, and even its strongest proponents admit the reason they still teach it to children is to exercise their sexual mores more easily. In other words, it's easier to prey upon brainwashed children that are tricked into thinking they're little better than monkeys and are just mammalian animals despite all evidence to the contrary, than to exploit sons and daughters of the Most High God who behave with honor and dignity. I would never expose publicly the shameful actions of the people I have encountered, especially those of my now ex-wife, if these persons had not demonstrated exponentially that they are a serious threat to health, lives, and overall public safety and security. Their actions demand their arrest, and as soon as may be effected to prevent further maiming, torture, and deaths of innocent persons. The reason why it's so difficult to get quality health care or quality products and services in America now is because once you convince people they evolved from pond scum and monkeys, they think and act like it. With no God, the gods of this world take his place. Money, lust, government, misplaced, brainwashed, propagandized form of patriotism. In other words, citizens are told what is real patriotism and what is not. Anything that gives pleasure to the aberrant, deviant, and deceived person. Hence, killing babies for profit is a fine thing. Hence, committing murder because someone is in government tells them it's in the interests of quote-unquote national security is also acceptable. In fact, killing anyone that just seems to be an annoyance seems to be perfectly acceptable to a brainwashed person that thinks that this is all there is to their miserable existences. People do their jobs now not with a sense of divine purpose, to the best of their abilities, knowing they will give an account to God for what they did on earth, but merely watch the clock, waiting for their paychecks, working harder at not working at all, or doing as little as possible than if they actually tried to do their jobs professionally. Greed becomes everything, so turn out the cheapest, crappiest product you possibly can and sell it to suckers for the highest dollar. A good name is unimportant because these greedy persons just change the name to something else and then sucker the public all over again, selling the poorest and cheapest made product possible at the highest dollar possible. Gone is the idea that reputation leads to long-term viability, short-term profits, even at the risk of destroying and robbing people of their entire life savings become everything. People aren't stupid, so when they see their governing authorities can be bribed, they do so in order to get what they want, which is why our telecom bills and have more taxes and surcharges than ever before to fatten corrupt persons' bank accounts at the expense of millions of oppressed citizens. Once you destroy the truth of God, brainwash children successfully in public schools, the brainwashing continues as a young person enters society by going into the military, where they can be told that whatever people are the enemy, and to fight for their country, family, or whatever is necessary to get them to blow up innocent men, women, and children as the warmongers laugh successfully and increase sales of weapons and decrease surplus population from where they sit on their arrogant, pompous asses and snub their noses at poor common folk. In their minds, the masses are not just expendable, but are a plague and a cancer to the world and must be exterminated. So brainwashing must begin as soon as possible, and is why the theory of evolution is taught to children despite overwhelming scientific evidence to the contrary. If a young person doesn't go into the military, the next way they are brainwashed is by entering further education in our nation, which puts them in debt to the very persons that will happily accept their servitude and once even more successfully brainwashed through corporate-sponsored tech and trade school. The brainwashed slave then goes to work for the people that establish the school just for that purpose, and so their company becomes their god. As for the company, 100-hour work weeks for the company, devotion to the company, or you'll be replaced by another more devoted slave. Trouble is, without God being in people's lives, it's almost impossible to find a quality, loyal slave who won't embezzle, steal, spy, or do anything in their personal interest like sell their souls to the highest bidders and leave at critical moments of development or production. So their plans are somewhat backfiring, and as corporations find it harder and harder to find honest workers of quality and integrity, all that becomes important is bottom-line profit margins. So they then look at impoverished nations that have their citizens so oppressed that people are literally starving to death, and these profit-driven persons then go wherever the people will work for the least amount and be grateful. Hence we get a plunging economy as more and more American-born citizens make money their god. Capitalism without true Christianity leads to the worst greed the world has ever known, where any vice and any crime is justified so long as you don't get caught by the few who actually do know God, and as such hold on to the dwindling virtues of honesty and integrity despite the ridicule they get from the masses who have so foolishly laid these values aside in order to kill one another for their share of the God that has so terribly replaced the one true God, which is money. The economy of America plummets because products and services plummet. Brainwashed persons that behave even worse than monkeys that claim to have evolved from have proliferated and are honoring their gods of laziness, pleasure, money, any way you can get it, lawless living with no respect of authority, because where you remove the one true God, every person considers themselves the god of their own destiny, doing whatever they please and whatever seems right to them at the moment. When you do away with absolute authority, that is God, every person questions every other person, saying, who are you to force your values on me? In other words, chaos, death, and destruction is the inevitable result where there is no absolute definition of right and wrong. I assure you, there is not one deceptive lie more responsible for the ills of modern so-called civilization than the religion of evolution being forced upon innocent, malleable young minds of our children. The rise in crime, the decline in families, the rise in divorce, the rise in suicides, the decline in productivity, the rise in unemployment, the decline in church attendance, the rise in teen pregnancies, the decline in two-parent households, the rise in drug use, the decline in health and wellness, the rise in diseases, the decline in true healers, the rise in corruption, the decline in integrity, the rise in all that is evil, and the decline of all that's good can mostly be attributed in the modern era to the continued and justified brainwashing of our children with the deception of evolutionary thought. Frankly, I think it's one of the cruelest things adults can do to children in their formative years, and as such, every time I hear a brainwashed ignorant espouse their belief in evolution, I want to reply, perhaps in your case, you may be right, because every time you open your mouth, you still openly demonstrate that you still have, pond scum for brains. Or are you sure that you evolved? Next, the fascists removed the teaching of the true U.S. history in our public schools. They did this by placing bribable fascist friends in judges' seats and perverting the First Amendment on the Bill of Rights. I'll never forget the time I picked up a law student in Boulder, Colorado, and I was thinking about building a website called didyouknow.org, because I found the public brainwashing so thorough that people were adhering to complete fallacies thinking they were facts, and that these persons who thought themselves educated were only espousing the lies that they'd paid others to brainwash them with, and had no factual basis in law or history whatsoever. The topic came up about the highest law of our land, the U.S. Constitution, now being frivolously swept aside by the arrogance of these persons that have no respect for the wisdom and blood of our patriotic founding fathers and mothers. Specifically, that the actual phrase separation of church and state, quote-unquote, existed nowhere in the First Amendment. I was very clear that I meant the actual words, quote-unquote, separation of church and state existed nowhere in the First Amendment. This person claimed to be studying law and argued the point vehemently. I asked him if he was willing to bet $100 as we were very close to a public library and could easily ascertain the fact. This was a person educated in our public schools, claimed to be educated in college, and was actually studying law and was unfamiliar with the words of the U.S. Constitution. The state has been violating the highest law of our land by prohibiting the free exercise of religion through these fascist judges that have turned the interpretation of the First Amendment 180 degrees from its obvious meaning that was adhered to for the vast majority of our nation's history. Specifically, that the state is strictly prohibited from making any laws with respect to any citizen practicing their religious beliefs. Everyone in America is protected by the highest law of our land to practice the religion of their choosing without fear of persecution throughout our nation. But these people, treasonous judges, succeeded in getting people to think that in public places you can't, like schools, government, workplace, etc. Clearly, the First Amendment prohibits the state from making any laws prohibiting a citizen from practicing the religion of their choice. But they turned it 180 degrees around to go to the establishment clause, stating that you can only practice if you don't do it in public places. By allowing individuals to practice their faith publicly does not establish any one faith, but permits open discourse of all faith. To call some ways of life religions, but not secularism or atheism, that requires the most faith of all to believe in, the state has established that religion. Instead, by opting to prohibit other religions, thus they have violated the First Amendment clearly in both cases of both clauses of prohibition and establishment. All religions are protected and must have open discourse in all forms, including government and even education. The founders made this the number one right on the Bill of Rights. They were willing to fight to the death for it. This brings me to one of the facts. I was going to put on didyouknow.org that our entire public education system was handled by the church for over a century in America and founded with the purpose of teaching every U.S. citizen what the Word of God said, so we could never be deceived again by the state or governing persons or anyone for that matter. Yet the primary purpose of our public education for the majority of the years of America's existence was to make certain everyone knew what the Holy Bible said as the Word of Almighty God. What a far cry today. And look at how fast we're eroding as a result. Yet clever fascists took it away without so much as a whisper from the rest of us. So long as the practice of your religion, like Satanism, does not murder, rape, or otherwise break felony offenses by doing actual injury to persons, it is protected everywhere in this country. Which brings me to hate crimes and hate speech. The right to free speech is protected also by the First Amendment that includes offensive speech. Nowhere does the First Amendment state that only certain forms of speech are lawful. As such, someone cannot be censured or arrested merely for expressing their opinions, and definitely not their religious views and beliefs. Naturally, sinners that don't want to repent are going to find a sermon that states if they fail to repent, they will burn in hell or the lake of fire offensive and life-threatening. The very idea of consequences for criminal activities is threatening and offensive to those that are criminals. Do we therefore conclude all laws and all penalties ascribed offensive and hate speech, and therefore must all be done away with? Does not all crime committed demonstrate a hatred or disregard of the sanctity of persons or property of persons? To lock someone up or civilly penalize a person for exercising their protected free speech right in this country is an act of treason to the U.S. Constitution. I find the manners and beliefs of many people so offensive to me that they are literally freedom and life threatening to me. But they have the right to believe and speak as they will. It is when those beliefs cause them to personally injure me that actual crimes have been committed, as is the case with the head shrinks at NIBH. Thus, when a preacher reads out of the Holy Bible, which has undergone more scientific scrutiny than any other book in history by far, and is yet to be found in error in any regard, reads that certain acts men and women do are considered to be abominable, is the absolute right of the preacher to proclaim. But if the preacher then goes and burns such persons at the stake, then he's committed premeditated murder, because if God wanted all sinners dead, no one would be alive on earth but innocent little children. In my opinion, such readings should not be done with sadistic delight but great sadness, imploring people who are doing those things to please with diligent prayer and meditation seek God to escape his wrath to come. I find certain behaviors more repulsive than others, but all who fail to repent and call upon their Maker to change them into persons that think and act righteously have dreaded everlasting consequences awaiting them. Thus I find persons who march in NAMBLA or gay pride parades extremely threatening and offensive, not only to myself but innocent children, but in this country they have the right to speak out. However, when they rape or molest someone, they have committed a crime that should bring about their immediate arrest. Can we give them a worse punishment for their hate speech against the vast majority who hold godly values, even if they don't actually adhere to them in hypocrisy? Can we say that all outspoken NAMBLA persons are committing hate crimes when they molest innocent little children? Can we then punish a homosexual that makes a pass at, gropes, or otherwise accosts an unwilling recipient with a hate crime? Can we punish a person that in repulsion and disgust slugs the groper or kicks the groper or otherwise defends him or herself from such unwanted contact with a hate crime merely because the aggressor was a homosexual? Hate crime laws must be forever banned by any sane society. Crime is crime, period. Rich and poor violators should face the same consequences for their actions. If someone rapes, whether they be homosexual, heterosexual, bisexual, trisexual, or any other sexual, cannot be considered just flat time for the crime in a range of the jury. It gives discretion to pertaining as to the heinous nature of the crime itself. That's the reason why we give judges discretion. That some rapes are more brutal than should be mentioned, while others may be questionable if the person was raped at all. Some with assault, some assaults the person's had a black eye for a few days. Others result in broken bones or permanent maiming or injuries. But all crime is crime, whether committed by rich, poor, black, white, male, female, or whether or not a person is choosing to sleep with the same or opposite sex, and as such cannot be a factor in any sane society. Hate crime laws are a violation of all reason and the acts of fair and impartial justice and treatment for all that has been crucial, ideal, and enforced by law of our nation since its inception. No one class or group of citizens can have preferred treatment over any other group or class regardless of present-day reality that gives only the rich the right to fair trial and civil remedy in our nation with extremely few exceptions. Whenever people remove God from their consciousness, they open up personal subjectivity so wide that even factual history is forgotten or rewritten. So these attacks upon the citizens of our nations have been overt and well documented, destroying the remembrance of our Christian heritage and teaching people that they came from pond scum and monkeys instead of the truth that they came from God. Capitalism, devoid of Christianity, is greed and corruption. Michael Douglas's infamous quote, "Greed is good," denotes while products and services decline in quality of life for the vast majority on earth, while few dance their way in their blood-soaked bills of profit from a suffering, dying, and already dead. The corporation is an ingenious entity that gives private profits without personal responsibility. When people can increase their wealth without having to work and without being concerned how the returns on their investment are actually made, in other words, what the corporate entity does in exploiting the environment and people of the world, they hide their heads in the proverbial sand of plausible deniability while crimes are actually discovered. American greed through the stock exchange is just another form of creating caste societies where the rich exploit and enslave the poor without fear of responsibility or even the consideration of conscience. This is why the Word of God states greed, the love of money, is the root of all evil. Because of the love of money, America is drenched in more innocent blood of infantile genocide than any other nation. Because of the love of money, America is the number one holder of weapons and distributor of these instruments of death and destruction throughout the world. Because of the love of money, children are sold into slavery and sexually exploited. Because of the love of money, America is the number one smut producer and publisher in the world. Because of the love of money, children die in sweatshops so we can clothe ourselves in silk and other fine linens. Because of the love of money, millions lose years of their efforts in amassing retirement funds that are stolen away by the myriad of greedy cons and embezzlers loose today. Because of the love of money, soldiers invade homes that aren't theirs, kill or otherwise threaten innocent inhabitants of that home, and steal possessions that don't belong to them. Because of the love of money, politicians make laws favoring a few extremely greedy persons at the expense while the rest of us are suckered into paying for what belongs to us by natural right, like water and even clean air to breathe. Because of the love of money, people are killed for a pair of shoes or a pack of smokes. Because of the love of money, my own wife poisoned me over an extended period, watching me get sicker and offering to doctors other plausible explanations as a cover for her actions. Then, because of the love of money, doctors and nurses conspired with my murdering wife to go ahead and finish me off instead of turning her in, so they could profit from harvesting my organs and for their cash share of the life insurance. Because of the love of money, cops were even seduced into helping my wife cover up her crimes with her promise to give them some of the cash when I died from the same policy. Because of the love of money, people across the nation are bribed into false testimony, or not testifying, or otherwise perverting justice for victims of government corruption like myself. Because of the love of money, energy companies, utility companies, telecoms, and many others successfully bribe politicians that deregulate competition, enable conglomerates and monopolies at the expense to the masses of us who are losing our homes and otherwise unable to pay our bills to the organized crime of greed rampant in America and throughout the world. Because of the love of money, whole nations go to war to amass global natural resources for themselves, and because of the love of money, people already have their eye on laying claim to owning planetary bodies in outer space. Because of the love of money, sons and daughters can't wait for their parents to die so they can have their inheritance instead of loving their parents that raised them. Because of the love of money, people will do just about anything imaginable, even things most of us couldn't conceive of no matter how hard we tried. Greed, or the love of money, is factually, just as the Word of God states, the root of all evil, and is yet another primary cause of the epidemic corruption, incompetence, ignorance, injustice, and apathy in America and other nations now. For these three reasons alone, so that even if I didn't know the risen Christ beyond all doubt, that the God of the Holy Bible is the one true God and Creator of the universe, I would still, based on the desire for better quality of life for all, intellectually assent to, adhere to, and teach the instructions found in the Holy Scriptures to everyone else, promoting universal agreement. The evidence is overwhelming that so long as we did this as a nation, we were blessed above all nations on earth, and if we would return to that blessed state, we must return individually as a nation to the one true God once again. If we would not be brought lower than all nations on earth for forsaking God openly as a people and a nation, then the true believers must call our leaders and populace at large to repentance from this perverse love of green paper with little pictures on it. This unreasonable, unjustified, and unfounded adherence to the religion of evolution, and teach our children sound science and the true history of this country once again until Christ returns. There are other reasons that evolution has crept in and Satanism into this nation. Let me show you what's been going on here. Okay, if I look at visual aids, the occult psychiatric link, okay, American Psychiatric, .584 pages. It doesn't look like, or maybe it's taking a while to render. Yeah. Medical experiments, Holocaust, Nazi. People must remember the Holocaust is an insult to humanity. Doctors always thought of themselves saviors and healers. Third Reich and experiments, man. Freezing, hypothermia. Basically, man, psychiatrists and psychologists, man, came up with these types of tortures, man, and experimentations, man. Outright tortures. and you wouldn't believe, man, what the witnesses say. Just type in angels of death or the occult link, to psychiatry. Do research. But Satanism, man, in government. I mean, just type in Satanism in the USA government, man. Satanism in the Third Reich, Satanism in the Federal Reserve, Satanism in the military. And man, you're going to get, huge quantities of information, man. I'm just not going to go in, man. I mean, some governments actually intentionally recruiting at sadomasochistic bars, man. I mean, Operation Paperclip, man. I mean, Nazis were adopted into this country. Just type in Operation Paperclip, read it for yourself. So the Nazis came over here, and Satanism actually has been, by the occult practices that were even going on in Nazi Germany then, reintroduced into our society and country. So it's not just evolution. The reason why evolution, and the reason why the rewriting of the history, and the reason is because we had fascists, man, adopted into our government and intentionally did this to our nation. Basically, our country's been taken over without so much as a whisper of a fight from the rest of us. Okay, solutions, man, for the world and all the crises we now face. First and foremost, all persons are called to repentance of their sin and acceptance of Yehoshua the Messiah, commonly referred to as the living Lord Jesus Christ in English, as their personal Lord and Savior. Reading the Holy Bible or listening to it, being read if you're illiterate, and so that everyone knows the general will of God for us all and can sum it up easily and remember that loving God and loving each other, man. Very simple. Love, practice acts of kindness, goodness, and generosity to one another, and take care of the earth by not consuming constantly from it, but also replenishing and replanting and repopulating vegetation, animal, and marine life. Start esteeming life. All citizens have the right to life. We have severe penalties for eating or destroying the egg of protected wildflowers, but the slaughter of unborn human infants not only carries no penalties, it's actually considered legitimate and profitable business. When we don't recognize the value of the most helpless and defenseless, we don't recognize the value of any of us. Arrogant persons, presume that others who are blessed with many children shouldn't be breeding, while only their genes should be passed on. But this presumption flies in the face of God, who alone makes fertile the womb, and just because some persons might not be in the social circles of the wealthy elite doesn't mean they're not raising God-reverencing children who contribute to society in many ways. Nor just because someone has lots of children doesn't mean they are godly, but it does mean God willed for them to be able to have lots of children, which I hope they love and value as treasure rather than abuse and neglect. Everyone that has land, even in suburbia, small lots, plant fruit and nut trees and bushes. Keep a well-stocked seed supply of vegetables. Learn how to dry your own seeds and store and germinate when necessary. Everyone learn how to garden. Participate in reforestation of regions burned by fires or destroyed by other natural so-called disasters or man-made. Even if that participation is in funding others in your behalf to plant helpful trees for life, for us, and wild animals. There are noxious and poisonous plants that can be replaced by fruitful and life-sustaining ones. Make certain that noxious or seemingly worthless trees, like how some private timber companies develop beetles and fungi that target certain species like birch, because they're ignorant of the medicinal value of the inner birch bark. Or like the rainforest clearing, people discuss the fact by doing so we're getting rid of the Earth's natural air conditioner, but another substantial loss is the vast medicinal varieties that are being swept away that are far better substances than the pharmaceuticals we have today to promote health and wellness. But certain vegetation is truly worthless. It saps the ground of nutrients that could be utilized by far more beneficial varieties. I repeat, the reason why we have thorns, briars, thistles, noxious and poisonous plants are not because they should be protected like so many conservationists think, but that they demonstrate the curse in the earth, how some people spend their lives causing nothing but grief for others, encumbering the ground, being unproductive, giving cold pricklies instead of warm fuzzies, so to speak, deceiving others by baffling them with their bullshit, or otherwise harming both physical and spiritual well-being and contributing nothing good or beneficial to anyone but their own existence. These varieties of species of vegetation should be replaced by good crops and trees whenever and wherever possible, and the harmful and poisonous ones removed. In the same way, there are harmful species of fish that destroy and consume life-sustaining substance from more beneficial varieties. Same with animals, etc. So wisdom and care must be taken when properly stewarding the earth. Okay, all the visions, dreams, revelations, arguments, solutions, scientific evidence that God exists and who He is, that I have come to rely on, and what some might call ESP abilities, just like we all rely on our 5 basic senses, was so that I could explain that not only did God reveal to me these crimes were taking place from which I suffered, but so intricately fill the gaps of the hard evidence that I could testify, so that investigators could get the evidence beyond what I have and will present here to convince even the most skeptical jury member that I hereby am relaying the truth of crimes I have witnessed and have survived to date, but am still suffering horribly from, and to convince honest, competent medical practitioners that I know what treatment I need, and to please provide it so I can get well and go on to be a productive member of society. First of all, the fact that even though I don't have letters after my name doesn't mean I haven't spent more hours in research and serious study than many of those who do, and show just some of the gigabytes of research I've done coupled with some of my credentials. If you go again to the website www.blastthetrumpet.org, you'll see, I just put not even 1% of all the research, man, that I've done, man, with links there. You can, again, I give a guideline for typing in on Google, man, if you want to research even more in depth, man. Open concerning the evidence and follow step by step and present all visual aids. Okay, it's time for me to start presenting the visual aids, man. The hardcore evidence of what specifically was done to me. This is going to have to require a break for me, and I've been at this now for a while. I'm going to have to rest. got this little air conditioner. It's portable, and it's probably just the humidity up here, but I've clocked this thing producing a gallon of potable water per hour. See what I'm saying? This thing's about, what, a $300 retail unit. It helps make the environment a little, at least the living environment I'm in, a little more bearable. And it produces a gallon of water approximately every hour of potable water. You know how many people, man, are having to, like, go fish water out of a river or a lake or a polluted sewage stream in the world, in hot areas? And all I'm saying is they've got, this is another one of the solutions, but they've already got solar-powered precipitators. And again, I met one of the primary inventors of the larger precipitators that can bring forth waters in the desert, rivers, literally. And this portable, water precipitators was one of the things I was going to patent. I still haven't seen the smaller units that I was going to do, and most of the units that are out there actually use electrical energy, and my design wasn't going to use that type of energy at all. So you could, like, portably take it just like a chest with you onto a boat or something, and make them either a size enough for a house in the desert, or even hotels. These water precipitators wouldn't even need to be hooked up to, water units or treatments for their potable use. But what I'm getting at is that, there's poor nations right now that really don't need to be poor. They've got enough solar energy, man, to provide the whole world with, power if somebody would invest. And it's like we've got, already solutions for them that, they don't have to be going to sewage-infested streams. But again, it's all about people just caring about people. I don't want to get too far off the subject, especially since, I'm actually trying, and I know what I'm doing is going to be angering a lot of the incumbent corruption, but I hope, man, that people realize, man, at heart, and I'm not trying to be vengeful or hurtful or anything. I'm just trying to ensure public safety, and ultimately I'm trying to save people's lives, keep this nation free, return it to its heritage, and hopefully, selfishly, I'd like to try to get competent medical care for myself. And that doesn't mean turning me over to, secular shrinks, which I consider one of the most demonic professions ever, created on this earth. Almost all of their knowledge flies directly in the face of the commandments of the scriptures and of holy Christian thought, and actually has been proven to be one of the, the nemesis of God's people, man, not only during the Holocaust, but in this country. And I, frankly, after having subjected myself to these, completely irrational beings, and until they know God, nobody can convince me otherwise that those people are irrational, that they are not capable of rational, reasonable thought, and as such, they shouldn't be calling themselves doctors. They definitely shouldn't be judging other people as mentally ill when they themselves can't even acknowledge that there's no other explanation for their own existence, let alone that of the universe, than that there is a God. So those of us who know God, in other words, should not be subjected to their, I don't know any other way to put it, anti-Christian, opinions, man, that are harmful to our health and lives, and definitely, deprived of my freedom illegally. So I'm going to return to why I've gone to this extensive effort is because what has happened to me truly is so unbelievable that decent people, have hurt me in their psychological response of their disbelief. In other words, a secular psychologist is one of the few ones that I've ever heard say anything intelligent, came out on Nancy Grace and said that most so-called victims that survive heinous offenses or heinous crimes say that they suffer worse from the people in their lives or from people they meet in not believing, them about the crimes they have survived. And I found it to be true. In other words, I can't even get medical pain-relieving prescriptions without having to go through the hell of trying to explain to yet another, person who automatically puts up a psychological defense when I try to explain why I'm suffering. They can't tell. You can't look at me and because I don't got blood gushing out of my veins or I'm lying there burned in 3rd degrees that I'm in excruciating pain. So they think I'm either A, a drug addict, B, lying, or C, a psych case, because they just can't put their mind around the fact that people did what I'm saying they did to me and that I'm suffering as a result horribly. They can't believe that people would be that cruel, man. But it's true. And even if they did believe that they did it to me, anybody that's a knowledgeable medical professional would think that people can't survive what I've survived. Because most people don't. They die. And it's like, I'm not wanting to die before people figure it out that I'm telling the truth. I want to be able to have the right to say, damn it, I know what kind of medical care I need. I've done thousands of hours of research. I know what the hell's wrong with me. I can prove it, to anybody with eyeballs to see. And I'm hoping I put enough evidence out there to convince that an actual an extensive investigation across this country is warranted to root out serious fascist and satanic evil that has systematically taken over and is destroying our country. Now, I know what I'm saying sounds like, oh my God, another one of those, what do they call them, conspiracy theorists or nutcase or whatever. But what really makes me the angriest is most all of these people will argue with me or anyone else that's actually been there, that's actually done the research, that's actually survived these crimes, and they don't know what the hell they're talking about. In other words, they just psychologically just say, there's just no way you're telling the truth. You're crazy, you're a nut, you're a conspiracy theorist, or whatever they can do to just not take the effort, not even one day, to look into our allegations to see if perchance, just maybe we know what the hell we're talking about. I mean, this is my life. I'm fighting for not other people's lives only, but fighting for my own life, man. Fighting to live, literally. I mean, governing officials, corrupt governing officials, everywhere I've gone trying to alert people to this, whether it's to local authorities or otherwise, have gone behind me, behind my back, even to people that I do business with, and falsely accused me of either being a drug dealer or a terrorist or anything they could do to discredit me, including this whole episode at NIBH. And I'm going to prove that numerous doctors, numerous nurses conspired and lied against obvious evidence that anybody with eyeballs can see, and completely slandered, completely threatened my life and my freedom against factual, provable evidence that I was telling them repeatedly over and over again that they wouldn't even look at, and the ones that claim they looked at it actually denied the truth of what these evidences show to anybody, again, with eyeballs to see. In other words, this entire group of shrinks is intentionally covering up and discrediting the fact that I've survived intentional attempted homicides on my life by other doctors, man. And I'm telling you that the corruption is that severe now. It's that bad, it's that extensive, and it requires citizens right now, man, to stand up before we fall into another situation like Nazi Germany. I'm serious. It's that bad. It's been going on right underneath people's noses. The way they do it is most people that they euthanize are people with no ties, the elderly. They're healthy enough people, but they have very dysfunctional families that they can just say, whoopsies, it was an accident, and most people just believe it. And because there's not this extensive follow-up, because there's not this extensive awareness, all these whoopsies they get away with. Because most people just, are so grieved about the loss of their loved ones, they just think, well, it must have been their time. And they don't really even begin to consider that there could be entire groups of mass murderers, man, government-sanctioned mass murderers, operating out of the Pentagon and with the Pentagon's consent, practicing euthanization and population management. I'm serious, man. I'm going to be presenting visual evidence, man. It's going to take some time, but man, this is serious, man. This is like, on the verge, man. Already, man, more Americans have been murdered, man, in this country in hospitals than all the Americans of all the wars and of every other type of aspect of death combined. Millions. We're talking more people have been murdered than the Holocaust of World War II in this country. And they get away with it, like I said, man. If anybody even asks, if anybody even cares about the dead bodies, like simply saying, oh, it was an accident or it was their time to go back. Doctors know how to make it look like it was natural causes. And if a coroner or somebody comes forward, then I found out what they're doing is they threaten their pensions and they even threaten their lives. I found out the board of directors found out. I found out people have tried to come forward and stuff, and they for whatever reason, they get fearful of these people, because obviously they found out they're murdering people, and they think, well, damn, I better keep my mouth shut too. It's like, no. Instead, you got to unite, stand together, and put these people behind bars before this country literally turns into such a situation that it's going to be warfare and open bloodshed, either by other countries invading us or with open revolution. I'm serious, and this needs to be addressed right now before it gets really, really bad. So just a reminder as to why I've taken this extensive time to show you that by logic and rational thought, that God and the Creator absolutely exists. There is no other logical explanation, none, for the existence of everything in the universe. And anybody who cannot come to that conclusion is telling the rest of the world that they are not capable of rational, logical thought. I've gone over, there's only 4 possible explanations. And I've already gone over those things again, and if you don't remember them, then rewind, go back, and re-listen. And I'll get this book, where is it? Yeah, this book right here. Classical Apologetics. By Sproul, Gerstner, and Lindsley. They did a great job in covering that. Then I showed you by science, man, not just probability. I mean, which, again, any one of the 20 categories of sciences I covered proves irrefutably that book, the Holy Bible, is the Word of God, and that the God that it is describing is that God Creator that, again, logic and reasonable thought proves exists. So A, just rational, reasonable thought proves God exists. B, science proves that God, this is overwhelming. We're talking many categories, at least 50 different categories of science. I'll say that just because I know that I've seen the irrefutable proof in at least that many categories of science that proves that the God of the Holy Bible is that Creator. At this point in time, it's like almost requires zero faith, really, to conclude that you need to receive Jesus Christ as your personal Lord and Savior. I don't care who you are all over the planet. Because there ain't no other way to get to the one true God but the way He made. That Jesus Christ is the Savior, again, I proved that, by probability, that no person could have predicted where they would be born, could have predicted, how long they would be on earth, could have predicted the manners of death, could have predicted what people would do during their lifetime. That they have absolutely no control over. And that the stars announced His birth, His death. We're talking this was no ordinary incarnation. This was not just another good teacher, not just another prophet. This is the fulfillment, the Messiah, the Savior, Yehoshua the Messiah. And again, like I said, mathematically and with prophecy, inerrant, it is impossible, if you know anything about the science of statistics and probability, to conclude that He is anything other than what the Holy Bible says He is, as the one true Lord of the universe. So intellectually, man, it is foolish to be anything other than a follower of Christ. Seriously. And intellectually, if you actually know anything about science, if you know anything about history, if you know anything about the Holy Bible, if you know anything about the universe, to conclude anything else demonstrates an inability, man, or serious lack of knowledge. inability of rational thought, or serious lack of knowledge. I've given you the knowledge now, so you have no excuse about either one. At this point, if you have not received Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, it is by willful choice of yours. And frankly, it's to your own suffering, and I'm sad, if that's your choice. But what I really want is for people to take it farther than just intellectual consent, farther than just understanding that there is no other rational explanation, but farther than just the intellectual assent that science does in fact prove beyond all doubt that's the case. I want to introduce you. I want you to introduce yourself. I want you to, seek Him until you know that you have met the risen Savior, that His Spirit is upon you and within you and teaching you personally. And why do I want all that? Because if that was the case, there's no way my wife would have been so greedy to try to kill me. Doctors then wouldn't have joined in because of their own personal greed and corruption, and cops, and higher authorities, and so everything that I've suffered from. It couldn't have happened. In other words, I'm suffering because of the fact that there's a bunch of people on this planet that don't know Him and are not filled with His Spirit and don't have honor, and don't have integrity, and don't have the virtues anywhere in their entire being. They're just selfish, greedy, lustful, actually sick, sadistic, and downright evil and corrupt. Anything from just stupid and ignorant and apathetic, therefore, to being just downright evil and corrupt and sinister people. The only way to correct, pure ignorance or lack of knowledge is to provide it. So I've had to do it just to defend, because like I said, if I try to even go to a doctor now and explain what these people did to me, their first response is to threaten my freedom and my life in their own ignorance. So I'm having to do this, man. I have no other choice, because I can't even get pain medication at this point. I'm left suffering every day in pain that is truly unbearable, and I have no choice but to tolerate it. And to pray to God and ask Him, why. And the only thing I can think of is that, for some reason, man, maybe He thinks that, if I was healthy, I might actually have become violent, and gone after these people. I don't know, because in this state, I don't have the strength to do it. And this is all I can do, and I think it's the best thing I can do, and I think actually it's the right thing to do, is to try to expose, man, that this is not just an isolated incident, that I'm not the most unfortunate person in the whole world. But the only way this amount of evil could have happened to me is that there's an epidemic crisis in our country of corruption and ignorance. People that have been brainwashed into evolution, and as such, they're acting worse than animals. And for them, selfishness and greed is just a natural, course of life. Obtain everything you can, any way you can, regardless of who it hurts. So, I've proven that by logic, there's no other explanation for your existence and the existence of the universe other than God. And I told you I would do that at the start in my introduction, and I have done that. I've also proven that, science proves beyond all doubt that God is the God of the Holy Bible. And if you don't believe it, you can go over the 20 categories of science again, each one of them. Each one of them irrefutably does prove it. But yet I gave you 20. And I could have spent, more of my time going through even more categories. But, I hope at this point, you're going to do some research on your own and realize that, like I said, if you go to, again, I recommend, Creation in the 21st Century, Dr. Carl Bowell's website, man, and request, DVDs, episodes of all his seasons, man, of all his shows, man. They almost endless categories of science, man, absolutely prove, man, that the God of the Holy Bible is the true creator of the universe, and that evolution, man, has no rational thought and not one shred of scientific evidence to this date. Many sciences, like I said, prove that that's Him. And then I went on to give you evidence that the same God, that same God of the Holy Bible, that same Savior, that Jesus Christ is my personal Lord and Savior, that He came in the flesh, that He was the embodiment of God in the flesh, that He was crucified, dead and buried 3 days, and that He's resurrected, and I testify that with my own eyes I have seen Him and the glory of His coming. And I've given you evidence of the fact, not just claiming that, by telling you things that Like no one else in the history of mankind has accurately explained to you why all the bodies in the universe are in motion, not only from expansion from a common origin, but in revolutionary orbits while they're expanding from that common origin. The Big Bang Theory does not. No scientist has explained it to you. I've read no apologetics anywhere that has explained it. I'm not saying that maybe somebody hasn't done it, but as far as I know, nobody in this day and age in the entire history of mankind has accurately explained, exactly how God showed me what he did and how he did it. And furthermore, no one, as far as I've ever heard, has ever concisely explained to you in layman's terms that are easily understandable, the fourth dimension. How that, just like a two-dimensional piece of paper, a plane slices through the third dimension, and you can only see, say this was a ball, you'd only see a line where that plane intersects. Well, the third dimension, when you only look at it in an instant of time, you're only seeing, the objects in that instant that is slicing through the entire fourth dimension. You're not seeing it in the future. You're not seeing it in the past. You're seeing it in this instant, from this perspective. And again, the fourth dimension, that time itself is actually a measure of the velocity in which, that centripetal force that initially started the expansion began. In other words, at that point in time, time began, and it doesn't expand. Time is not chronological or linear. Time expands from the origin in infinite directions, like therefore. In other words, it's dimensional. Time is related to the third dimension and expanding in infinite directions from the origin. At that first instance, we call it 0, 0, 0, 0, four coordinates, and hence the geometric figure for that is a tetrahedron. It revolves indicates that it is expanding in all directions simultaneously with each instant. So when we, from our perspective, look in one direction across the universe, all we're seeing is, with relation to the origin, is a panel, an actual panel of that specific instant. We're not seeing all of the panels that go in all the other directions all at the same time, which comprise eternity in the fourth dimension. God does. God sees that first instant that he created all things, and he sees the end of all things all now. And that's why we can rely on the Holy Bible, not as a script telling us things to come, but telling us things as God sees them already in eternity. That's why it's never been able to be broken and never will be, and that's why it's 100% inerrant, man, about things past, present, and future. It's his record of eternity, which he told me is the fourth dimension, and he also called it his house, because he abides in eternity, he abides in his house, he abides in the fourth dimension, which is all the universe, which is all time and space. Nobody has ever explained that in the entire history of mankind. I could not have imagined that all on my own. I simply asked the Lord, and he explained it to me. And so now I'm passing it on to you as just evidence that I am in communication with the one true God of the universe. I also have explained to you details about paradise that could not be imagined. There's nothing in this world. There's no media. There's no one that's ever, in any picture or painting shown what it's like having everything be a light source. In other words, no shadows. Nobody's ever shown three dimensions in any other way but having a light source in all of our known history. So here I am telling you that in paradise there are no shadows. There's nothing of death and decay. There's nothing that, in any way, shape, or form you could paint as dimensional. Because everything glows. Everything is filled with the light and love and the virtues of God. God's Spirit is radiating out of everything. Everything is alive intensely. Nothing dies, nothing decays, nothing gets old. It's all eternal. And there's no way I could have just imagined that had I not been there. I'm telling you that I've been there 3 times, and I can describe many aspects of paradise in detail, such detail that I couldn't have read it in any book. I've explained to you how even the stars he made tells, the gospel story, tells the history of mankind, is a celestial clock, was intricately entwined with the presence of the Messiah coming here in the flesh, being born, and how he would die and when he would die. At least I pointed that out to you, that other people have explained this. Missler has gone into great detail, and Bethlehem Star, what's his name? Fred, I can't believe I'm not remembering his name, the attorney, but if you go to BethlehemStar.net, he did a great job of using, modern software to explain how the celestial is tied in with the terrestrial. And it's not just for Christ, but it was most obvious with Christ. Furthermore, how those embodied celestials, what we call constellations, are directly tied in with the terrestrial of the 12 tribes and how they moved on the earth. When they moved, if you read and how it's described, they moved in what you would see from some space as a giant cross, guided by the Spirit. Everywhere the Spirit of God went, they moved on the ground, the 12 tribes did, in the formation of a cross. Huge, giant cross. I showed you how archaeology, man, proven, man, that God came down and gave Moses the 10 Commandments. It's historically proven that where the altar of the golden calf was, and the pillars, and even you can verify these things for yourself. They have been discovered. They exist, and I've proven that. Our propaganda through the History Channel is systematically denying what people can see with their own eyes, showing you that we have government-controlled propaganda and fascism, that is adhering to the brainwashing of evolution despite all scientific and observable evidence to the contrary. In other words, our society is going in the direction of Nazi Germany, just like Nazi Germany went intentionally with that brainwashing lie of evolution to set up, the young people to be manipulated by the government into thinking they're the super race and so on and so forth, and made way for occultism and Satanism and all the atrocities of the Holocaust. And it's happening in this country as well. Our country is going down the same path. And why? Because the fascists, after World War II, were adopted into our own government. And I've already alleged all these things. I don't want to be too redundant. I'm going to prove it. And you need to, like I said, man, some people at some point in time, instead of just arguing with people that come forward, are risking their lives, are getting, in the face, man, of this intense evil and corruption of the systematic takeover of our nation, and it's just being destroyed from what it was, man, from the freedoms that were founded on by godly men and women and fought and bled and died for. When people come forward, when congressmen come forward, when military come forward, a bunch of people have come forward, man, through alternative media. You need to get Democracy Now!, free speech television. You need to start, viewing, on the internet, alternative media. Stop the, 98% of all our media now is government-controlled propaganda. It's bullshit, So you need to start, listening to, international reports, man, to stay on top of things. At any rate, when we come forward and at great peril to ourselves and a great sacrifice to ourselves and great suffering to ourselves, like I said, man, they've been going around calling me a terrorist, all because I'm trying to save people's lives and save this country from this evil, man. It's horrible, man. This is definitely the rise of the Antichrist in this country. So I'm having to go to this great extensive measure, and at the same time, I keep coming face to face with people that just automatically shut this guy off, man. Won't even listen to him because they won't take the time. They will not even take 1 hour of their life to do any research so they could actually speak with knowledge about any of these subjects. In other words, they just automatically just choose to remain in their blissful ignorance to their great detriment. Because remaining in ignorance, man, will not save you from the concentration camps. And remaining in ignorance, man, didn't save any of the Jews or any of the homosexuals or any of the blacks or any of those that the fascists considered inferior to themselves from being hauled off, man, and murdered, man. And the same thing's going to happen in this country if you won't get off your apathetic butts. And when somebody comes forward and does something this radical, man, to warn you, man, to start looking out for you and your loved ones, man, to look out for each other in your neighborhoods, to make sure you set up networks, man, and hold government accountable. Every single agent, every single officer, everything they do, man, start filming, immediately create an open awareness. If the media won't run, then create that too. Expose that you went to the media, and the media wouldn't do anything about exposing this type of corruption and evil that is now becoming rampant in this country. I'm serious, because there ain't no other way to let all of our citizens know that it seems to me that our government is now controlling media and is stepping up measures to basically ensure that when they mandate the RFID biochip implant, if they get any hassles, there's going to be people hauled off, to open prison camps, man. I'm telling you, man, congressmen have come forward, man, saying that there's shackles, man, being fitted in rail cars, man, in this country. And there's websites, man, with cameras and footage, man, of refitted concentration camps, which were, once, for homes of the Japanese or old military bases and stuff. Things are in process here that are not good in this country, and a definite threat to you and to your children in the very near future. So, I told you things that, couldn't be explained any other way than if I was been, like I said, honestly taught by the Almighty. I'm going to demonstrate power and authority. I already have. The cup of jealousy is now poured out. Henceforth, around the world, man, raping, robbing, pillaging, plundering, philandering, adulterers and adulteresses, the sexually immoral, the bestials, all of them, man, are going to not only current STDs, which have proliferated, man, beyond even what they can name, but the cup of jealousy is for all those sneaky ones that are lying to their spouses, going around committing adultery left and right and stuff on them, which is risking actually their spouse's health and welfare and even their lives, are going to develop something that hasn't been scientifically documented in the modern era. Their organs will swell up and start rotting off their bodies. You're going to lose your genitals, man. And if that ain't enough, the ones that are going around literally raping little babies and stuff, breaking into people's houses and, killing the fathers and raping all the, children and women, those ones that are doing excessive evil like that, not only are they going to lose their genitals, they're going to lose their eyesight. They're going to go blind, so they can no longer do those things. They're going to be smitten, just like the inhabitants of Sodom and Gomorrah. In Yahushua's mighty name, it's so. From this moment forward, this cup of judgment is poured out upon the earth. There's just too much excessive evil in these days, and it's time people knew that there's authority that goes beyond, guns. It goes beyond armor. It goes beyond tanks. There's divine authority. Divine authority. And I don't want to be smiting the earth with any more hardship and any more suffering. I want people to, get their head on straight and stop doing evil, excessively evil and wicked deeds, man. Immediately. Knock it off. Time is coming, man, when you are going to meet your Maker face to face. And when that happens, man, there ain't going to be no reprieve from the flames that will burn forever. You better make wise decisions for yourself. I'm giving you plenty of intellectual reasons for you to make a wise choice for your own salvation. But I'm going to be giving also power and authority, man, not only for judgment, but blessings, man, blessings in the earth. I will be speaking blessings and demonstrating how you can speak blessings also over your lands, over your children, over your pets, over your entire city, your town, wherever you go. But that you also, man, choose wisely about any judgments. If I live long enough, I'll pass on what the Lord has taught me about spiritual warfare, about the ranks, about strongholds, about powers and principalities, about the demonic forces and the various, like I said, ranks and how you deal with each and how you recognize each. Man, whatever I don't, I know that the Lord himself will reveal and teach you specifically as well, but I'm confirming these things. I want people to know I'm telling the truth, man, to get to this is an alarm, and this is a serious alarm. This is not some nutcase whistleblower, man. This is somebody that by the Spirit of God Almighty has appeared at this time and space in the history of mankind to either give you the choice to make the wise choice to receive, a messenger from the Almighty that can help this nation and can help the whole world, or to reject. It's your choice. But either way, all choices, for good or evil, good choices have rewards, bad choices have consequences. I want ultimately that whether I'm murdered or not, that this nation not fall into the darkness I've seen coming. I don't want to see people, man, with cities burning and militiamen openly raping and pillaging and plundering and cops breaking into people's homes, and you think you can trust them, and then doing atrocities, man, like World War II. I don't want to see Christians hauled off into concentration camps and their wives and families all separated and tortured, man, like the martyrs in Martyrs Mirror. I don't want to see them, suffer all because they ignored this warning, this opportunity to stand up right now and make sure this nation doesn't go that direction. I ultimately don't want to see people reduced to such heinous, suffering and starvation on the planet that they start cannibalizing one another. I'm serious, man. If people do not, listen to this call to return to the Lord their God, to call on the one true Messiah, to go and get baptized, to be filled with His Spirit, man, things are going to get, you think they're bad, they're going to get very bad. And I don't want to see that happen. It's not necessary. When you have this kind of clarity, when you have this kind of clear instruction about what to do about the situation we're in, this is time to unite. This is time to stand against government corruption every time. Not just by petitions, not by just pretending like everything will be all right and doing your same day-to-day stuff, like he said when he was starting to get exposed. Go do your shopping. No big deal. Stop showing those footages of the towers coming down, because it was controlled demolition, right? He was covering up, man. He didn't care about how people felt. He was covering up the fact that our government, including him and Cheney and the better part of that whole administration, were all involved, but especially those three with Osama. Corruption at the highest levels, man. And again, man, they in their minds were doing it to ensure, American strategic, locations in the earth, with the growing threats of other nuclear powers, and also petroleum, oil, because we use it for more than just making our go-go juice. Right? It's unnecessary, but if you've been raised in that all your whole life and are being told by everybody around you, like, hey, man, it's absolutely essential natural resources to secure. Well, you don't know better. But anyway. I showed you that at least 20 fields of science, and like I said, there's at least 50. There's far more, really, that prove beyond all doubt. Literally, man, each one of those areas individually prove beyond all doubt that Holy Bible is the Word of God, and that the God of the Holy Bible is the Creator. That I already showed you by logic. There's no other explanation. Everybody that says they're an atheist, I literally feel like, if it weren't for God Almighty watching over, that they're life-threatening, not only for themselves, but everybody they come into contact with, especially secular psychologists, atheistic psychiatrists and psychologists, are truly life-threatening, right? Because they're so irrational, they're so ignorant, that they can't even use their five senses to understand that there's no other explanation for their own existence, let alone everything else they observe. And yet they think to sit in judgment of other individuals, to take away their freedom, and they think it's okay medical practice to give them permanent brain-damaging chemicals, organ-damaging chemicals, or even life-threatening substances in their practice. I'm going to show you, man, that's exactly what they did. They prescribed it. They don't even make any bones about it. And I'm going to show you that in my situation, they lied about the overwhelming evidence that I was telling them the truth intentionally. These people are not right. They're not just like, just innocent little ignorance, It's not like they're uneducated and stuff. No, these people are sadistic. And they some of them are mass murderers, man. And that's a fact. And they're right here in our town. Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and Spokane, Washington, and even Sandpoint. And covering up, man, murders in hospitals. I've exposed the general facts that what I personally have suffered have in fact occurred in history within our own country and in other countries, all over the world. So it's not reasonable to conclude when somebody alleges the things I'm alleging, just automatically that the person must be a nutcase. When the entire history of mankind shows us that these things have in fact occurred and could occur. It's reasonable to say, okay, what you're saying is so, tragic and so, unusual for somebody to have actually survived that we are skeptical that you are telling us objective truth. That we would rather think that it's imagined in your mind, or that maybe you had some part of it happen and that the rest of it you've invented, or that it's an isolated incident, or anything but that I could be reporting factual, absolute truth. And these people don't take I don't mind people being skeptical. What I mind is them not even taking the time to look at the evidence, not even taking the time to research what I'm saying is true. That I mind. To automatically just systematically conclude, man, in an adversarial, viewpoint against me, when I'm trying to actually help you and your loved ones, and maybe even save you and your loved ones' lives. I have and will prove in detail I'm telling the truth by medical records and other circumstantial evidence right now. I would have done a better job, a more extensive job, if I was not so extremely ill, and is why this effort has taken me, literally, this is years of effort here. This isn't like I just strum this up in a day, even though it's about maybe 16 to 20 hours or maybe a little bit more of footage. Right? This wasn't just like, I'm just going to do this now. No, this is years of effort. This is years of going to local authorities, years of going to state authorities, years of going to the legislative body, years of going to the executive branch, all the way up, years of going, to the media, years of going to medical boards, years of going, to the hospitals, to the administrators, to years. I went through the entire chain of command in logical sequence and finally filed a $10 trillion complaint just to make sure that, all my efforts were not being thrown out by flunkies that just, didn't know enough to know better. To make sure that these offices actually had a public record, man, that they'd been notified. Then I spent the last of my resources when I'm seriously ill, man, going in person, man, to the governor of the state, to the attorney general of the state, and to the prosecutor of the state. And I even recorded a conversation with the prosecutor, which shows what happens to people when I try to tell even a little bit of what's happened to me, is that they go into this psychological state where they can't even comprehend what I'm saying. Their brain does some type of shutdown, and they just start spewing off things that make no sense, like this guy, when I told him that, I witnessed with my own eyeballs, man, that doctors and nurses were giving a patient that was clearly jaundiced, that was clearly hepatically involved, man. I mean, medications that warned that they were not to be given anybody with liver complications, that they could be lethal. And they had lethal side effects. And the doctors and nurses, man, that obviously are literate, were intentionally giving those medications to this person anyway, and watching him daily with his vitals get sicker and sicker and sicker. And he was saying, well, how do you know the guy didn't have cirrhosis? In other words, zero comprehension. Doesn't matter whether he had cirrhosis. Doesn't matter whether, he had jaundice. Doesn't matter whether the medication was causing, the liver to fail. Doesn't matter what the reason why his liver was involved or hepatically involved. They were giving medication that said do not administer under any circumstances to somebody with, these signs, these liver complications of which this gentleman had, and he knew he was dying from what they were doing to him. And I testified, saw it with my own eyes. They're murdering people. And I might not be like, okay, put them under the electric shock, at least not, I didn't see that. I heard others say that they're still doing it, I'm firsthand, out of witnesses' mouths, straight to me. This is not hearsay. This is people telling me. And I'm telling you what I heard and witnessed firsthand was tortures and atrocities and attempted homicides, not only on my own life, but on others. And they're doing it because why? Because these people don't live to tell anybody, and if they get out there like on the streets going, then nobody will believe them. I have to speak out. My conscience won't let me, even though, obviously, man, I'm sure there would be people that would like to stick me back underneath these things, and I'm telling you, I consider that an attack on my life. I consider that literally, man, attempted homicide on my life. And as such, man, I believe I have the absolute right to defend myself to the death. These people are cruel, they're evil, and or they're so ignorant, they're life-threatening. You see, I'm in constant pain. I can't even get pain. You know why I can't even get pain relief? You know, I can't even get medication if I wanted to. Because when I try to go to doctors and try to explain why I'm in pain, I get the same type of roll your eyes, think, you know, the guy's a psych case or a drug addict or anything else, but that I could be telling the truth. So I can't even get pain relief. Man, I'm left, man, in horrible, agonizing pain every day. I can't get pain relief because if I go to a doctor, literally my freedom or my life is threatened by their skepticism and unwillingness to look at the evidence. That's torture. It's pure torture. People's ignorance and their unwillingness to do any research, their unwillingness to do any fact-checking, their unwillingness to look at anything that I'm presenting as absolute evidence. I already showed you, man, the smoking gun. I already showed you it's like the same as if you caught a doctor with an actual gun and a bullet in somebody's head. Is that lab report, man, proving that they gave me an incompatible blood transfusion, and that's what caused the pulmonary edema, and that's what caused the heart attacks, that's what caused the intravenous acute hemolytic response that brought on the pulmonary edema and heart attack once, and then the second time they put an inhalation tube down my throat, tied me on a gurney, and I suffocated to death on purpose as they set the machines off, and I banged on the rails with my fingers and kicked with my feet trying to get somebody's attention. And it's caused the second heart attack. They tried to murder me, man. The first attempt failed. Then, like I said, systematically, it doesn't matter how many doctors I've been to in this area or which hospitals I went to, I can prove, man, that they intentionally, man, they deleted x-rays and proving it, and I still have the copies. They deleted the entire series, man, of MRIs, man, that proved it. And, like I said, I still have the copies. So I can prove that they intentionally deleted it. I requested expert reviews. Bergstaller, man, lied, slandered me. I mean, the guy, man, like, you ever seen those cartoons when dollar signs go off in their eyes when I told him what had happened to me? That's exactly what... He was like, oh boy, this is a great opportunity for me to, you know, join in and maybe get a little money through blackmail. I'm telling you, that's how corrupt, man, our society is now. They don't have any conscience, man. If they don't believe in God, they don't believe in heaven and hell, man, people are capable of being just, I mean, complete asses, man. And frankly, I've met far too many of them. It's only for the decent ones, really, at this point, man, that it makes it easier for me to, like, go ahead and risk, even though I've already been through hell, going through more of it, you know. For the decent ones, man. Christ did it for the decent and the indecent ones. But really, for me, if I'm honest, you know, what makes this easier for me is for the decent ones I've met. You know, for the people that are hardworking, that are just naive and trusting because they're so decent, as to not believe that, you know, they and their loved ones could be in serious threat. And it's those people I'm trying to wake up to make sure that things don't get worse in this country. And that the people that have already done this are no longer free to do it to nobody else. Okay, so all the visions, dreams, revelations, arguments, solutions. Again, a whole list of, and it's just tiny, man. I've got, literally hundreds of solutions, man, for, all the things that the planet, exposed, and Al Gore exposed, and all of the, so-called global warming things. I hear all these people, man, all these soldiers are, what are we going to do? They come up with all these things. I've got real solutions from God, And it's like, dang it, I want people to be praying for me. I want some advocates on my side because, man, I've had a hell of a lot of adversity, man, of people trying to kill me because, A, I already reprimanded by God's instructions, the fact that this nation was not teaching the true history of our country, the students in our public schools. And Clinton then, issued an executive instruction, stating that, we should do so, and that schools are not a religious-free zone, and so on and so forth. But that kind of went by the wayside, so I'll show you that one too. So in other words, Scooter Libby, died. I'm not saying necessarily that he died because of that letter, but I'm saying that, it's possible that people could have died, because they might have thought that letter was a joke or mocked or thought, that God wasn't serious about saying that this was to be given to the president. And anybody who failed to do so, their breath would depart from them. So maybe some people died. In other words, there could have been reasons why people were from our government trying to kill me. Other than the fact of everything I've already told you about, all of the corruption, all of the fascism, all of the eugenics, all of the Satanism, all of the, lack of telling people, hundreds of millions of people about a genetic trait that leads to all known forms of serious and terminal conditions. That's huge, man. Like 10%, hundreds of millions of people on the planet have this genetic trait, and nobody's telling them. That's serious, man. So they're sitting there like, how could you know? Well, like I said, I hope that by the time this is finished, it's going to spend thousands of hours of research. Thousands of hours, man. I mean, I don't know any of the doctors that would have researched that one subject as much as I have. It's my life, man. And to the point now where I can look at somebody and tell whether or not they have this genetic trait. Literally, I can just walk up to them, look in their eyes, about within a matter of, easily less than 10 seconds, I can tell whether or not they have this genetic trait. And they've got to perform all kinds of complicated diagnostics. And that shows, man, that A, they don't know enough, that they're ignorant. And B, that, frankly, I'm telling the truth. First of all, I'll go over the fact that even though I don't have any letters after my name, it doesn't mean that I don't have enough intelligence, to learn about medical, terms and knowledge. I mean, as the majority of the public do. I mean, even anyone with average intelligence could learn as much as these doctors that everybody's like, doctor, and just automatically, they're so arrogant, man. They won't even, 5 and 10 minutes, and seriously, they look at the watch, it's your life. You're trying to save your life. You're in excruciating pain. You're literally begging for treatment, and they're like 5 or 10 minutes and stuff, and they won't even listen. They don't even listen to you. I mean, I can't believe the hell I've been through, man, trying to deal with these, literal, outrageous arrogance, man, and extreme ignorance, man, of these people that call themselves doctors. I'm not saying all doctors and nurses, man, are incompetent, man. I'm just saying that I've met too many of them, man. And their incompetence is the fact that they don't listen to their patients. They're too arrogant, man, that they think they automatically know more than everyone else in the whole public. It's like, it's so infuriating, man. It's off the scale. I mean, I'm not a violent person, but these people, when it's my life and they won't listen to me, or they tell me to shut up, or that they're going to then start hanging on me and acting like all kinds of weird and a monkey and stuff, and they're, like I said, man, extreme incompetence and ignorance, man. There's no other politer way to put it. It's either that or they're maliciously cruel. That they intentionally conspired, man, to leave me suffering. And I frankly know that most of them are just, unfortunately, so arrogant that they're too proud to admit they're ignorant. They're lacking serious knowledge. Some of these guys have been practicing medicine for, 50 years? Their knowledge is 5 decades old. They haven't really updated it that much. So the methods of practice, man, are archaic, man. And to me, man, life-threatening. I'm not saying all of them. I'm just saying, unfortunately for me, all the ones I've met in 4 states. Okay. I keep saying the staff at Deaconess tried to murder me. Dr. Cruz and Dr. Joy. Okay, so page 16. This up to like 300%. And I can't believe I'm having to expose my own personal, medical record, man. This is the medical record from Deaconess Hospital. As you can see, this is my name. And then they're saying that the reason why the septoplasty and tonsillectomy had to be performed was because of obstructive sleep apnea. The whole reason why I actually even consented to going in for even minor surgery like this was because I was getting so sick and nobody else could explain any other thing, so that it was just assumed that it had to be my sleep apnea. Here's the date. Okay, here's what it says about, because doctors Joy, Cruz, and Chestnut lied about the fact that pulmonary edema was caused by the acute hemolytic response due to the incompatible blood transfusion. I was given intentionally to murder me. I was left untreated and in agonizing pain now for years, when I should have immediately been given compatible blood transfusions to recover. This is a standard of practice in Australia. If somebody gets an incompatible blood transfusion, they give them compatible transfusion therapy. But because they've lied and covered it up, I didn't get that treatment, and as such, extravenously, I've suffered from graft versus host ever since, and with complications of my genetic trait of Wilson's. So, man, I mean, I've been suffering, man, like few people can even imagine. Now, I'm not saying other people don't know what pain is. I'm saying that I can't even get, pain medications because of what was done to me was actually attempted homicides. People don't even believe, that I was given an incompatible blood transfusion, so then they think I'm lying about being in pain. So it talks about reintubation post-operatively. In other words, it talks about the cardiac arrest and the hypoxia. And I needed oxygen. It happened twice. And it talks about, actually I was given prednisone, which is a steroid, and Norco, which is two common medications given to people that suffer an acute hemolytic response from an incompatible blood transfusion. It's what they gave me and sent me home with. So he's lying here about, the type of medications I got. The prednisone was the only thing that was accurate. Oh yeah. They use terms, man, in their notes, man, that are not so obvious for people to realize what it is. So here when we read coded, man, it means in simple terms that I had a heart attack, from suffocation on fluids in my lungs, from the acute hemolytic response. They're saying it was a rare negative pressure pulmonary edema. Rare, that it hardly ever happens, and they're lying. They're full of shit. And I've already showed you the lab report that proves they're lying, but I'll show it to you again. So they covered it up, and just covering up what they did to me was attempted homicide on my life, because people that, get an incompatible blood transfusion that suffer an acute hemolytic response, if left untreated, can develop like what I have, the graft versus host symptoms like lupus, and die. And frankly, they sent me home to die by denying what they did to me to kill me in the hospital in the first place. So they left me untreated, and they left me to suffer and die. The hypoxia, just what I went through the first time, the lack of oxygen, for 5 and 3 minutes respectively on the 2 cardiac arrests, the second homicide attempt with a laughing nurse, was so horrible, man, that it actually caused me to have 2 years, man, of partial, amnesia, where I couldn't even remember, all the events. And I know that sounds, like I couldn't be telling the truth, but I can do nothing but tell the truth, and I'll take a polygraph about it. And as soon as I remembered what they did to me, man, I immediately notified the authorities. Immediately. And my wife started, working against me. Now I know why. It's because she was involved all along. So they acknowledge, in other words, that I went into hypoxia, that I coded, that he subsequently quoted, claiming that I had a spasm, a laryngospasm upon extubation, which was bullshit, man. They put me in a room with a new nurse, and when I woke up, she was giving me the last, according to her words, of 3 units of O-negative blood, when I wrote specifically on my transfusion permission form, do not administer to me O-negative blood under any circumstances. Because in 1988, I had been in surgery, and the lab technician there told me that I had antibodies against the negative Rh factor, and that if somebody tried to give me O-negative blood, it could kill me. So to make sure in the future, if I ever went into surgery, to make sure that I told them, do not give me O-negative blood under any circumstances. She also told me that if I actually survived that, I could still die horribly, because she thought I had what is called a genetic trait. It's called Wilson's disease. I found out I in fact do have it, and I found out, unfortunately for me, that she's right about the amount of suffering, that would happen to me as a result. I can't believe how much, literally, I'm not a baby, man. I've survived a lot, of accidents and painful situations in my life, man, including being shot in the head. So I know what pain is. This is not something somebody wants to go through. And these people should not be loose that did this to me. Page 26. Yeah, Cruz, man, right here is showing complicity by lying. They know I had been given an incompatible blood transfusion, and the lab report proves it. Incompatible blood in the body causes pulmonary edema. Look it up. Hemolytic response, man. It's not a rare, negative pressure, thing. It's not something rare. It's something that happens when they give you incompatible blood. If left untreated, it could cause death. They sent me home to die by lying. They gave me the transfusion to kill me, just like I've been saying, and planning to illegally harvest my organs. They had me sign right before, man, they put me under, man, organ donation forms, man. And I was going to say initially no. I didn't want to, man. And they were insistent, man. It was so insistent that it made me, wonder about what the heck was going on. Now I know, man, they were planning, man, to harvest my organs, man. These people are not right. It's not my paranoia, man. They systematically have doctored the transfusion permission form. In other words, I wrote all over it because, like I said, I was a lab tech, plus this other lab tech told me, man, that it could kill me. So I specifically wrote on that form, and I've got scientific proof they hired somebody to doctor it. I had a revelation from God that the person that did it was more of a temp rather than a permanent employee. So whoever that person is, when you were hired to put white out on somebody's writing on a transfusion permission form that said O negative, blood was not to be given me, O positive only, and only in an emergency, I need you to come forward. I need you to stand up and expose these people, because they're getting away with murdering people. These people didn't just try to murder me. These people are practiced. Joy is a mass murderer. And I know, man, the consequences of false accusations, man, before God. And I'm telling the truth. That guy has murdered more than one person, absolutely, and maybe more than 100 people. I mean, the guy is a practiced mass murderer. He does not belong loose on the streets. Okay, page 34, The Smoking Gun. So, like I said right there, I was showing you, man, that he was lying, that he was calling it, in this thing, just like the other ones, what did he call it? Extubation, post-obstructive pulmonary edema, rather than acute hemolytic response from the incompatible blood transfusion that caused pulmonary edema. And he had to administer epinephrine and atropine because I went into cardiac arrest. And like I said, man, it shows it. Oxygen level, airway administration. So these doctors are lying about their crimes. These are murderers, man. They don't belong loose in public. And they friggin' frankly, man, hide behind their cloaks and everybody's willful worship of Dr. So-and-so. Everybody was thinking they're all A-OK. Even though we saw during Katrina, they murdered those people, and coroners came forward, and still the government didn't prosecute. And I'm saying that at this point in time, that's evidence that they are practicing eugenic fascism and euthanization of innocent citizens, and I've survived it. And if it isn't true, then they would have arrested those people. And I called for the arrest of those people. And I called for the arrest of these doctors as soon as may be possible. There's no telling how many other people they've murdered now. All because everybody's just systematically choosing not to believe I'm telling the truth, even though I'm showing you proof. This proves I was given an incompatible blood transfusion, and that all doctors involved are lying. They are lying in their reports and sent me home untreated to die. These abnormal lab readings following my surgery absolutely prove the doctors involved are lying about what caused the pulmonary edema and cardiac arrest, and thereby left me untreated in agonizing pain and sent home to die. Here's the date. Here's the time. Here's the address of the hospital, the medical record. There's the attending physician, the surgeon. Like I said, man, both Cruz and Joy were involved. And I know both Cruz and Joy were involved, and I'll tell you how I know they were both involved. The day I went in to sign my transfusion permission form, they insisted, man, on talking with my now ex-wife alone. I was like, wait a second, I'm the one under surgery here. What do you need to talk to my spouse about, I mean, anything you got to say to her, man, you can say in front of me. And they would not talk to her in front of me. They pulled her aside separately. And now, and again, I've showed you enough to show you that I'm not just used to getting a dream or revelation from God every now and again. I mean, I've received thousands of revelations. In other words, for me, communing with God is like, communing with your best friend on a daily basis. All you guys that chat and stuff. Yeah, I'm just used to it, right? And so, when he gives me dreams or revelations about something, and again, I've had this my whole life, deja vu experiences and so on and so forth. But after I got anointed from the Holy Ghost, it's been, extremely prominent and more frequent, and especially after these incidents when I almost died. So what I'm getting at is, I rely on revelations from God like people rely on their own eyesight. It's just a part of my life. It's who I am. It's like what, some law enforcement uses psychics to solve problems. How about that book, The Shack, right? God revealed where that guy's daughter was. Nobody else could solve the crimes, right? This is what's going on here. God showed me that Drs. Cruz and Dr. Joy took my wife during that time when they said that, I couldn't come with or couldn't be present while they talked to her. And that was when they confronted her with the fact that they discovered that during the toxicology screens, she had been poisoning me and was the real reason why I was so sick. And that was the time when they said, they don't look too kindly about, you're probably looking at prison for the rest of your life because they don't look too kindly about attempted homicide by poison. And then she started doing her crying thing that she's so good at. She can cry, instantly, man, just shed a tear at will. And then the doctor's men, like I said that instead of turning her in, the next thing I saw in the conversation was that they were saying, but he's probably, some kind of abusive asshole or something like this and really deserves it, doesn't it? And she's like, you don't know and stuff, and just going along with the whole thing. And then they said, well, for the right price, we can, solve your problem, or you can go to prison. And she immediately stopped crying, and she goes, 2 words. She didn't ask how they were going to do it. All she said was, how much? And they said, well, we don't want to trigger an audit from the IRS at $50,000 a piece. So what they did was first they said, well, we imagine you got a life insurance policy on that's probably pretty decent, So it's like, but we don't want to trigger an audit, so how about $50,000 a piece? Okay, now this is just part of how the Lord filled in all the gaps that happened here about them not giving me a copy of the transfusion. That's during this time when they were talking to her about what I just told you. That's when I was signing the transfusion permission form and saying, and that's when they separated us, and that's when these 2 doctors confronted and conspired with my ex. Okay, what I'm showing right here, is irrefutable evidence, man, that these doctors are lying. They are lying. Here in this post-op, report, it shows my white blood cell count as being 17,900, parts per microliter, or cells per microliter. I mean, you realize how many white blood cells that is? That's your entire system, your entire body is being flooded, man, with an immune response to something that doesn't belong in your blood. That's what this is. That's what this indicates. Any hematologist that doesn't confirm that this absolutely shows they gave me an incompatible blood transfusion shouldn't be practicing their profession. They're either lying, or they've been coerced to lie, or they've been bribed to lie. If they don't confirm that this is like the smoking gun I've been saying all along. This right here proves these people have been lying about what they did to me all along and leaving me in incredible suffering as a result. Not only did I suffer an intravenous acute hemolytic response that caused heart attacks and hypoxia for 5 minutes and 3 minutes respectively, and then they tried to actually murder me, like I said, man, the second time by shutting off the machines on purpose, tying me down so I couldn't, do anything to defend myself. But then, people, when I coded the second time, came running down the hall and forced them to revive me a second time. Then, at a nurse that actually stood guard over my bed, man, to make sure they didn't try a third time. And then they still sent me home, and I developed what's known as the extravenous, man, graft versus host complications, which causes lupus-type pain in my body, man, from head to foot, excruciating suffering. And I've been unable to get any medical treatment, any pain medication, any pain relief, because they've been lying about what they initially did to me, and I can't get any other doctors or physicians to believe me when I'm telling them that I'm suffering horribly as a result. This is the proof. This is it. This is, like I said, finding the skull, man, with the bullet hole still there with the powder birds and smoking gun in the doctor's hands. They did this to me. They're lying. All 3 of them are lying to cover this up. And this is absolute proof. And these indicators down here with the blood gases are also absolute proof, man. They gave me an incompatible blood transfusion, and these were the results. But mainly the white blood cells being off the scale. More than just a tiny allergic response. Even if it was a severe allergic response, it might be a little high, but not like double. Not like, like I said, almost 18,000 cells per microliter, man. Off the scale. All these are indicators, man, that I am telling the truth. Any lab professionals, man, any hematologists will confirm that this post-op lab report confirms that they gave me an incompatible blood transfusion. So when they say I had a heart attack, and the reason I had a heart attack, and the reason I had pulmonary edema was for some rare negative pressure response because of my sleep apnea, they're lying to cover this up. And by covering this up, man, they sent me home to suffer and die. In other words, these people are not just guilty of, malpractice. These people are guilty of covering up attempted homicides that have been planned all along were planned, and that I'm actually telling the truth. And this report, this one report is enough to warrant their arrests. At least for aggravated assault, man. At least. Even if the people don't believe me, they were attempted homicides, man, in the first degree, premeditated. And even if they don't then follow up with the testing the hair samples and urine samples I've saved proving my wife was poisoning me, which proves my statement about these people conspired. And if you arrest them, probably they're going to give up names and, to try to get mitigated sentences than the fact that I am telling the truth. And if the cops then were involved, everything I'm saying is true. Massive corruption, massive greed, leaving me to suffer and die. Alright, so the next one is again, if you don't believe me, man, contact a hematologist, man. If you're not going to do the research yourself online to figure out that lab report proves I'm telling the truth. Okay, Bonner County General, man. That's where I got the MRIs done, man. And this is where like I said, when I requested expert reviews, man, I found out my Dr. Bergstar had lied to me, and he slandered me, and he also, man, covered up the fact that, these X-rays or MRIs prove beyond all doubt again that when I say I've got undiagnosed Wilson's, I'm telling the truth, and these people are all lying, and they're leaving me in horrible pain and to die without any treatment, without any effort, man, of any type of compassion, misdiagnosing me, have, given me bills, man, from the attempted homicides, destroying my credit, destroying my life, and covering up the fact that they do this to other people. Okay, right here, man, is where I note that high cholesterol and high blood pressure are two most common indicators or undiagnosed, untreated Wilson's because of the rouleau formation. Blood cells clog capillaries, deposit metals, and have a harder time removing toxins and fat buildups. So both high cholesterol and high blood pressure result, which are two of the highest grossers for the pharmaceutical industry. This is because at least 10% of the global populace has the genetic trait that is currently and incorrectly considered rare. In other words, this trait called Wilson's disease, man, affects hundreds of millions of people, and these two highest grossers of high blood pressure and high cholesterol are the two very common, factors, man, indicating that you should be examining your blood to see if you also have Wilson's, to see if heavy metals are going to cause other issues in your body in the near future. So this is cold-blooded for the government and for medical professionals in the pharmaceutical industries not to tell people this. I know it to be true, and I don't care, what they do to me for exposing that these people are cruel, man. They've been covering these things up. Okay, page 13. This is just showing that I had tests because I had, one of the doctors, one of the head shrinks, right? I said, I didn't tell him, I thought I had hepatitis or I thought I had leukemia. I told him that I had symptoms that indicate that I could have had those things, but that I got tested and they were negative. That's not to say you're having delusions. That's just to report honestly that you suffered, symptoms similar to hepatitis, but when they come back negative, that's one of the characteristics also of undiagnosed Wilson's, is having symptoms similar to hepatitis or leukemia, but those results are negative. But instead they were all just like, this guy just thinks he has all kinds of diseases, man. You know, acting like I'm a nutcase rather than a systematic approach to what I was suffering from. These are supreme assholes, man. I'm going to call them that to their face. And they participated in conspiracy. They participated in torture. They participated in illegally depriving me of my freedom, felony kidnapping. These people sadistically smirked and smiled at the thought of giving me permanent brain-damaging substances and were trying to get me incarcerated illegally for the rest of my life, like as if I was a mass murderer or something. You know, giving me like horrible consequences and brutal torture, man, in what they consider as medical practice. These people are sadistic. They belong behind bars. Okay, right here. The elevated liver trans phase, this indicator is high. This is directly related to hepatic involvement. In other words, this should be in normal ranges. When this is elevated, it's showing that your liver is taxed and is processing something or dealing with some type of ailment or complication. This indicates hepatic involvement right here. This is very important because they tried to give me medications that say do not administer to anybody with hepatic involvement, any type of liver complication. This lab report proves, man, that I am telling the truth, that these people were intentionally assaulting my person and trying to give me medications that could kill me. Here's the date. This is an official medical report that I'm reviewing my own medical report for the sake, and that's embarrassing to me, for the sake of others, man. Because these people, man, are literally killing people, torturing people, getting away with it, and some of them are just so damn ignorant, so damn arrogant, so damn high on themselves, man, that they have systematically, argued with me or denied that I was telling the truth about all these things in order to, literally, man, further offer me psychological torture, illegal incarceration, and even threaten my life. That they're saying that there was no indicators whatsoever that I'm telling the truth. These are indicators that they've never addressed, that they've systematically overlooked or ignored or just flat out lied about. Again, people should have no atypical lymphocytes. This was never addressed and had an expert reviewed as I requested. They might have believed me about my testimony and then I could have been properly treated. Any atypical lymphocytes, man, are to at least when I was a medical lab tech, are to be flagged and thoroughly scrutinized, man, to see if there's any more samples or indications of possible, serious ailment. So when there's atypical lymphs here, and mine comes out with 2 atypical lymphocytes, 2 atypical white blood cells, and the reason why it's blank in the normal range is you're not supposed to have any. Okay, this was another indicator, man, that I was suffering, man, as I was saying I was suffering, and never addressed. No matter how many times I pointed out people that, these things were occurring, nobody helped me. In fact, everybody, instead, like Bergstaller, man, called them up when I found out he was lying about the expert review I requested on my x-rays because they showed serious issues. And that the doctor, that had Weber, who reviewed him, had not pointed out those issues that were showing that I was telling the truth and that I was suffering and could not get the treatment I was seeking as a result of all these people, man, either being severely incompetent or conspiring to leave me suffering. It's either or. There's no other, explanation for this much, man. Medical malpractice, man, across many doctors, across many hospitals. So we go to 19. They gave me O negative blood, and I'm O positive. And I told them not to do it, man. The indirect combs and stuff refers, man, to this RH, man, antibodies and stuff. And if they don't do it right, if they're lazy, man, they can miss it. Okay, I was telling every physician, man, about the untreated Wilsons, and that I was suffering also from the incompatible blood transfusions. I couldn't get them to listen to me or help me, no matter how hard I tried. They'd all dismiss out of hand, like this guy, Bergstaller, or covering what was done to me by the murderers of Deaconess. I told Bergstaller my liver was in intense pain and swollen, but he disregarded my comments and left me untreated. When you tell them point blank to their face, you're in intense pain, your liver is actually hurting, it's swollen, and the x-rays or the CAT scans prove it, and there's gallstones on there that prove it, and the guy still calls me a liar to my face and wouldn't help me. This guy is, as far as I'm concerned, is intentionally covering up what these people did to me, and he should go to prison with them for conspiracy. You should have seen him, man. Like I said, he smiled when I told him what happened to me, and it was like as if dollar signs went off in his eyes, man. With the opportunity to maybe blackmail, some of these other, criminals, man. And he joined in, slandering me, telling people instead that I was mentally ill rather than giving me the expert reviews I was requesting on the x-rays that I will show you prove I am telling the truth. One of the things about, I've got degenerative lumbar or vertebrae in my lumbar spine is from the dancing leg syndrome. Have you ever seen anybody that when they sit down, their knees kind of bounce up and down, or their foot or whatever, or at night their legs will kind of, jiggle or this or that? Well, the reason why dancing leg syndrome had to be fought in court is because it is related to this genetic trait that they're not telling people about that affects hundreds of millions of people that they're profiting from treating all the related symptoms of. Because it results in all kinds of, like Parkinson's, and it can result in diabetes and arthritis and cancers. Whatever the metals deposit in the organs, whichever capillaries get clogged, whether it's eyesight, whether it's hearing, whether it's parts in your brain causing neuromotorological issues, palsies and so on and so forth, whether it's kidney issues or liver issues or whatever. Most of the time it's liver or brain issues. And it can affect manners of speech. It can, cause stuttering. It can lead to people actually having difficulty in being able to communicate. It's not that it affects their intelligence one way or another, but it can lead to Alzheimer's. And they found that metals deposits are linked. And I'm telling you that they're not telling people about this genetic trait that is, they consider it, very rare, but is common. It's like at least 10% of the global populace, and people need to know this. They're profiting by not telling people. Here, once again, is my medical report. Here's where it's located. This is actually me. And examining the CAT scan and stuff using spiral technique, axial images of the abdomen. And you can see it right here. Findings. It talks about the lung being clear. Then he talks about there's a subtle 1 centimeter low-density lesion posterior segment on the right lobe of the liver. Okay, first of all, I've got a lab report that shows an elevated liver transphase or elevated, enzyme of my liver indicating hepatic involvement. Then I've got an actual CAT scan that talks about this guy only noticing a 1 centimeter low-density lesion, but actually the CAT scans show that there are metal deposits throughout, my liver, man, that I'm suffering, man, from undiagnosed Wilson's, and you can see it, in the x-rays, man. And these people, man, are like totally incompetent, man. I asked for expert reviews, but I couldn't get it. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Anybody with eyeballs can see this, man. These people, man, they hide behind their, they talked about partially calcified stones in the gallbladder. So here I am telling, before I ever had this done, I was telling Bergstaller, man, my liver was hurting and swollen, and I was in a lot of pain, and he was calling me a liar, acting like I was a drug addict, trying to get drugs or trying to get a free ride, like, pretending I was, suffering more than I was or being disabled. And here's proof, man, that I was telling you this extreme incompetence, and I would like to say a string of expletives about how evil this person is, man. He should not be practicing medicine. He belongs behind bars. Talks about the degenerative changes I was telling you about in the lower lumbosacral region. He says he couldn't see diverticulitis, but when I gave myself a cleanse, my indicators, were that I did have diverticulitis. That's also why my intestines were in a lot of pain as well. I mean, I had no blood flow, no oxygen for 5 minutes as a result of what they did to me, and then the second time for 3. They tried to kill me for 3 minutes. My intestines felt like stone, man, when I finally recovered. And I had to give myself probiotics, which is when I found out that I was suffering an immune response from the incompatible blood transfusion post-operatively, because my immune system was distracted with all the probiotics I introduced into my system, and I experienced pain relief. And then afterwards, man, the pain resumed. Once my body had identified with the identifier cells, the probiotics were not harmful. So my immune system went right back to attacking my own body again like this. And I've been like in extraordinary pain because of all this incompetence, and because of people lying, and because of people, participating and covering up that I am telling the truth. All hepatic indicators were routinely dismissed by doctors no matter how hard I tried to get the treatment I knew I needed. They each left me to suffer unbelievably and to die. I requested an expert to review both my MRI and CAT scan results, which show neurological proof of undiagnosed, untreated Wilson's genetic trait and bone marrow aplasia from the incompatible blood transfusion I'm dying from. All these doctors and hospitals have been covering up what they did to me. Hospital homicides are a crisis in America, and hospitals and doctors are covering for each other in malpractice and crimes. So here it is, man. He only identifies a 1 centimeter low density lesion. It's still, man, unexplained. Nobody ever explained what caused this. Nobody ever looked into, why the lab reports indicated my liver was. And one of the tests for undiagnosed Wilson's is that there's unexplained hepatic involvement, man. And none of these doctors, man, would consider any of these indicators, man, no matter how many times I pointed them out. Or sometimes I wouldn't even get to point them out. They just tell me, I tried to tell them what was going on with me so I could get treatment, because I was requesting treatment, not diagnosis. And they would just tell me to, literally, someone told me to shut up. But they would ask the questions. And so I had to, again and again, over and over, deal with arrogant quacks, man. There's no other terms for them. They are arrogant quacks that don't listen to their patients, that don't even take the time to believe that we could possibly know what the hell we're talking about. Again, man, this is still the same medical report. And I got my first copy of the results of the techniques indicated on the series for each. See, look, these are the series they said for my MRI on my head. 1, 2, and waited 3, 4, 5, 6 series. Liver showing heavy metal accumulations not noted by the BGS professionals, and the obvious enlargement. And you can do a dimensional measurement via the tools in the X-ray viewing program and determine that, man, even for a person my size, these are enlarged beyond reason. Just a little, man. You can see, man, in the liver, these color variations, man, are not normal, man. These are not normal. The liver should be of one, pretty much same gray-toned hue, except for maybe, like I said, where there's some of the lobes or something that indicate lines, but within the body of it, man, it should not have these, lighter and darker, man, indicators, man, throughout. These are, again, indicative of the fact, man, that heavy metal deposits, man, are accumulating, unfortunately for me, in my body. And causing the pain that I've been telling all along that I've been suffering from. Here you can see again the lighter and darker tones, man, that are not normal at all. And also the size of this liver. Again, liver, spleen. Very large, man. None of the doctors, man, would make the note intentionally or argue with me. You know. Here you can really see it, man, in this particular view, man, the enlargement of both of these organs. And those are just the things that I can't fake. I mean, I can't sit there and say, oh, it's all in my head. I mean, I've got macroscopic signs and symptoms going on throughout my whole body, man, throughout my whole life, you know, that these people, man, just systematically would not listen to me about. Macroscopic things, man, that I've suffered my entire life from, that they ignored, proving, man, that I'm suffering from this. I mean, it's horrible, man, to have doctors, man, call you, you know, derogatory terms of some type of mental illness or delusional, all because they are either too incompetent or intentionally covering up the fact that other people, man, in their profession, in other hospitals, are trying to kill you. So they purposely discredit and deny. As you can see, right, in this thing, they make no mention of the findings, man. None. And save of my gunshot wound. The fact that I survived that too. Page early on. 31, 32. Those markers, man. Oh, the reason why I wanted to show this was, I mean, I went in for possibly carbon monoxide, you know, issue, you know, for an old truck. But this is also during the time I was being given rat poison, man. And rat poison has blood thinners in it, man. You know, and some of my labs, man, indicate, man, that this is a possibility that it wasn't picked up on. Alright, moving on. Oh yeah, man. So, when I went to the cops, you know, about the attempted homicides, and my wife started fighting me against me and everything, she, you know, started, you know, falsely accusing me, man. You know, like one time, what happened was I got fed up with her constantly throwing away my personal possessions, man. And so what I did was I, you know, hid her, you know, things that were important to her, just so she'd see what it's like to, you know, have those kind of things you're trying to look for that you think are important, constantly thrown out or done away with. So I got rid of her remote and hid her jewelry on her, just for one afternoon, so when she came home, right, she couldn't turn on the boob tube and, like, go put her little, trinkets on. So she freaks out, man. I mean, she's been throwing my stuff out for years and putting my stuff in places I couldn't find it. And so things that were important to me, man, for years, man. No matter how many times I begged her to stop. So I'm trying to give her a lesson of what it felt like. Instead, what she does is she called the cops. She called the police, man. The one and only time I gave her a taste of her own medicine. And was lying to the cops, man, saying that things outright lies, like I've been assaultive or this or that, when I've never touched her, man. She knows that I'll take any polygraph to that effect, and there's no way she could pass one because she's lying. She's been lying to the cops, she's been lying to the doctors to cover up what she did to me, which was try to kill me for the life insurance and to have total control of the estate. And she successfully has defrauded me, and when she should have been put behind bars, she defrauded me of my estate 10 years and the better part of both everything I earned by basically screwing a bunch of policemen. That's the fact. I went to the police about the homicides at the hospital. My wife started fighting me. She started lying to the police, and then she lied to these shrinks to get me locked up and to discredit me because if I continued to pursue the murderers at the hospital, then it involved her too. She was trying to make sure that I was discredited, to make sure that none of this ever came out, because she was involved all along, trying to murder me. Now I know that sounds paranoid, but I have the urine and hair samples, man. I want laboratory results, man, for inactive and active ingredients of decon rat poison done on them. And I want them done on my own tissues because there's a good chance that she did it for such a prolonged period of time, and I still have deposits of some of the chemicals, man, in whatever tissues in my body that would process that. I hope it doesn't involve a liver biopsy. Any rate, page 4. Okay, the admittance, man, in the Kootenai Medical Center, NIBH, proves I was kidnapped by deceit by acquaintances and now my ex-wife. It also proves I've been telling ignorant and corrupt physicians the truth about events all along, that have systematically disbelieved me and harmed me repeatedly with slander, libel, and misdiagnosis. I've never been able to get these morons to evaluate the untreated condition of the proven genetic trait of Wilson's disease that I've shown anyone with eyeballs I have. They are either so incompetent or so negligent they should be permanently banned from practicing medicine, or they have intentionally covered up crimes, which is what I claim is going on, and should be arrested and placed in prison as soon as possible. Complaint. See, right here, man, even documents that I told them that I'm suffering from undiagnosed Wilson's, that I just showed, irrefutable proof, man, I have. And I've got much more. He was brought in by friends. See, it even says in here how they lied, man. He brought in by friends and family who promised he would get treatment for Wilson's. They lied to me and said that I would finally get an expert, man, that would confirm and be able to evaluate all the x-rays and the lab work and everything else, and that I would finally get the treatment I needed. They lied to me, and that is a felony offense. By using deceit to take somebody where they don't want to go is a felony offense of kidnapping. It's called kidnapping by deceit. It's the same as like offering a little kid candy, man. These doctors documented the fact that they participated in felony kidnapping. This is a felony offense. They lied to me to get me to sign forms saying that this was a Wilson's treatment center, when in fact all it was a mental health clinic. Not only did my friends and family lie, these physicians participated in the lie. They confirmed what my friends and family were telling me because I asked them point blank before I signed the forms. So all these people participated in felony kidnapping by deceit and were illegally incarcerating me because as soon as I found out that they had lied, I demanded my immediate release, which I didn't get.
even though there was no injuries on any person, no injuries on my person, no evidence of any crimes being committed. These people, at the very least, man, should be, as far as I'm concerned, sued in their personal and professional capacities, as far as I'm concerned, for every last red cent they got, man. These people, man, at the very least, man, are guilty of the worst kind of malpractice, man. But I'm telling you, it's more sinister than that. I watched them, man, intentionally assaulting and murdering people. They probably are just so used to abusing and probably just so used to thinking that nobody would believe anybody that would come forward like I am, that they just think they can get away with this and do this kind of stuff, man, commit felony offenses. I mean, look at what happened with the doctors during Katrina. They were caught, man, caught. And you know, for every time they catch doctors, man, illegally organ harvesting or murdering people, you know that there's many times that they're not caught. So I'm telling you, this is an epidemic problem. And those doctors and nurses were set free by the government and not persecuted, even though they were busted for intentional first-degree homicides, multiple homicides. So here I am, I'm telling you, this is going on up here too. Talks about 4 police incidents. Well, she's just lying, man. I told her she was lying. It even says, I deny, man. Absolutely deny. There was no evidence. They just decided to lock me up without any evidence, without any proof. I mean, most people when they go to prison have a constitutional right at least to a defense attorney, man. But in this case, man, the way the so-called mental health system works, somebody can, you know, a wife or even a husband, or, you know, if they can convince friends or anybody else to, you know, go in and lie to doctors and say, you know, he's been assaulted or we're afraid of him or this or that, you can be locked up without any proof at all. Just them lying. What do you think about that, citizens? Do you think that it's okay to just say, hey, I'm afraid of the president, and get a whole group of people and say, we're afraid of the president, and as such, without any trial at all, they just get locked up for the rest of their life and given permanent chemical lobotomizers? I mean, do you think that's acceptable behavior in the United States of America? Do you think that's acceptable behavior anywhere? Do you think it's all right for people to lose their freedom, to have their life threatened, to be, you know, by shrinks, to be laughed at, I mean, to be ridiculed, to be derogatorily libeled and slandered, and to be threatened with life-threatening substances with no evidence of any crime whatsoever, and a systematic denial of medical lab reports, of x-rays, of MRIs, of CAT scans, and other evidences, macroscopic evidences, man, that prove, man, I've been telling the truth. So this guy just systematically, man, and this guy I actually caught, man, on the phone. I heard him point blank tell my ex, man, that I was asking for my release and he had to let me go unless she said she was afraid of me. So he prompted her to lie and say, oh yeah, I'm afraid of this guy. Right? When we've been married for, what, a decade or whatever, you know? Come on, man. Please, man. No evidences of any time during that decade of any altercations, you know? Please, man. She's lying. She's lying because after she finally suckered me into a, you know, nearly $500,000 life insurance policy, she tried to murder me by poisoning me. She's lying to get me discredited. She got me illegally incarcerated, illegally kidnapped, illegally incarcerated, and illegally discredited. And I've been suffering, man, from what was really done to me by these cruel people, man, including my ex, all participating in lying to cover up their crimes. And I'm telling the truth. I'll take any polygraph willingly, and I've got evidence, man. I'm systematically showing you evidence. Physically ill. They talk about the pulmonary edema. So he was aware, man, of what happened at Deaconess, though, again, covering up, you know, the lies, man. And then he discredits me with these other, you know, harmful diagnoses when I already had been diagnosed mean, 1988, man, by a professional that knew what the hell she was doing. So this guy Stevens, man, perhaps if he took the time to look at the overwhelming evidence, man, I have untreated Wilsons, man. Proving. Man, I told you the neurological reports, man, A, that's proof. B, man, the macroscopic signs and symptoms I've suffered from my whole life. Things I can't change. For instance, like the lab reports, man, that indicate I have hereditary hemochromatosis, which is linked, which I'll show you, which is linked to Wilson's. And the things that are embarrassing, right? Like, for instance, that I would never lie about, right? What man would lie about the fact that his testicles, man, are smaller than normal, man? In other words, hypogonadism. That, that is an indicator, man, of undiagnosed Wilson's, man. I mean, and nobody would lie about that, man. At least no man would lie about that. So he took a ceruloplasmin test and considered that as an automatic, man, like 100% determiner of Wilson's, when in fact more than 20% of people with Wilson's, have normal ceruloplasmin levels. See? Go to the internet again and say 20% or whatever. Patients, normal ceruloplasmin levels. Wilson's. % of Wilson's disease heterozygotes have a ceruloplasmin level less than 20. Normal values in most series of Wilson's ceruloplasmin are typically low. About 90% have serum, which is below an 80%. 40% of Wilson's normal ceruloplasmin is found in about 20%. This is right from one of the advocates and stuff. So, I mean, in other words, 1 out of every 5, people that actually have Wilson can still have normal ceruloplasmin levels, man. That it's only 20% is less than it. 80% sometimes still present somewhat normal, man, or in between. Right? So what I'm getting at is that just because it wasn't low was not an automatic indicator that I didn't have Wilson's, man. But this guy, man, obviously just concluded, man, automatically, that because mine wasn't like on the very lowest side, even though it was in the lower side of the normal range, but because it wasn't lower than normal, that there's no way that I was suffering from undiagnosed Wilson's. Even though all the other factors that I cannot control, that are not in my mind, like the labs and like the x-rays, and like the Kaiser-Fleischer rings in my eyes, and all the other many symptoms, like I told you about, the one that's the most embarrassing, right? The signs, man, that I can't not just, it's in my head, that I'm delusional, that this, frankly, super psycho quack just frankly didn't even know that, 1 out of every 5 will still have normal ceruloplasmin levels, especially if they've been diagnosed with Epstein-Barr virus, which I have, which causes elevated ceruloplasmin levels. In other words, he didn't know, or he might have, listened to me about, when I asked him, to look at the other, diagnostics and evidence that I had this, instead of concluding that I was automatically paranoid or delusional. Right? I said, okay, for instance, Epstein-Barr elevated ceruloplasmin. The Epstein-Barr virus is a herpes virus that can produce acute, sporadic, initial screening involves determination of serum ceruloplasmin level. Higher elevated antibody levels, serum copper and silver were normal. Elevated ceruloplasmin transfer level patient and Epstein-Barr virus, high levels of Epstein-Barr virus and linked to level of ceruloplasmin slightly elevated, elevated the ceruloplasmin complex, elevated ceruloplasmin level, the gold standard, with Epstein-Barr virus titers, gold standard for diagnosis is an elevated ceruloplasmin level. In other words, I've been diagnosed, unfortunately for me, with Epstein-Barr virus, and it results in an elevated ceruloplasmin level, whereas Wilson's indicates a lower one. Mine was still on the low side, man. To have it elevated, when being diagnosed with this is could very well put it within the normal range. But he still automatically disregarded all the other evidence, man, proving I was telling the truth, and just automatically, man, misdiagnosed me, illegally incarcerated me, and participated in the felony kidnapping and the systematic, man, discrediting of my testimony to leave murderers loose, including my ex-wife. What's more is leaving me with a misdiagnosis that could potentially kill me with, highly toxic, man, liver processed psychotropics that can do brain damage and liver damage when I'm already suffering from a genetic trait that could actually kill me. So their incompetence, their ignorance, or their willful covering up of what was done to me and all the other facts that prove I'm telling the truth is actually life-threatening to me. Not to mention the fact that she billed me for my illegal incarceration. I want my credit restored. I want compensation for all the money that illegally obtained from me, and I want punitive damages against these persons and against the hospital for housing these persons that are torturing and assaulting and killing people. And I want it done as soon as possible. And frankly, I want these people arrested. I think Stevens is just an ignoramus. I think this guy needs to go back to school and find out how to diagnose Wilson's correctly. Frankly, man, he's suffering himself. But when I'm dealing with doctors that are so incompetent and so ignorant they don't even recognize it in their own person, when I'm dealing with, people that are life-threatening due to medical malpractice and incompetence, besides the ones that are actually sadistic like Wade. See, there's another doctor, man, I told point blank, man, what's really going on with me. They're lying. They systematically ignored everything, that proves, man, that I'm telling the truth. And they covered up, man, for all of this other, hell I've already been through. These people, man, participated in conspiracy, man, to commit homicide and to cover up attempted homicides. And as such, man, besides felony kidnapping, besides illegal incarceration, besides attempted aggravated assault by giving me permanently toxic, brain-damaging substances and organ-damaging substances that were life-threatening for a person in my condition, these people, man, should be locked up for all of the rest, which is, again, the systematic discrediting, so that I would not be believed about everything else that I've already been through. Married 10 years, man. If I was, somebody that was abusive or violent or having whatever domestic issues, man, it would have been somewhere, man, noted, man. There was no bruising, there was no scratches, there was no indicated, actual evidence of any, crime or assaultive behavior at all, man. Nothing. And they locked me up. And systematically discredited me.
I want this guy put in prison, man.
I'm not kidding. I don't want this guy just sued. I want this guy put in prison. Not only did he skip with glee at illegally incarcerating me, this guy, man, with a smear of happiness, man, prescribed 3 toxic medications that had lethal side effects for somebody with hepatic involvement, of which my lab reports have just shown, man. In other words, with glee, he took pleasure in the psychological torture, man, of saying that I only could choose from 3 medications, all of which had lethal side effects.
I want this guy put behind bars, man, as soon as possible, not just for vengeance sake, but for public safety's sake. This guy is a sadistic mass murderer. I watched him, man, take pleasure in destroying other people's lives, not just try to destroy mine. This person, man, again, this is all from a patient, where is she actually? Oh yeah, this Brenda Keller, right? This person's so incompetent, so unprofessional. She didn't even listen to me and concluded I was being grandiose and having delusions of grandeur merely for stating I wanted to return to my work immediately because I was in the process of a couple of multi-million-dollar prospects in real estate. I never referred to myself as a special person, and she's lying. And her listening comprehension is so challenged she does not belong practicing medicine and should be permanently banned from doing so. And I don't think this person is intentionally assaulting people. I just think that she's so damn ignorant and unprofessional, so incompetent, man, that she, how do you say, with negligence, man, causes suffering. For instance, man, read a report, man. She says that, oh yeah, patient is very grandiose and talks about he had several multi-million-dollar deals in the works. That's just a fact. I was saying that, they were illegally holding me there. I wanted to be released so I could return to work as soon as possible because I was working on large transactions. A lot of money was at stake. So she says that delusions, without doing any fact-checking, that is unprofessional. No fact-checking to just conclude that I was just talking about the truth. And since when does saying you're a child of God, somehow denote in somebody else's brain that you're having delusions of grandeur? Everybody's a child of God. She's a child of God. She might not be grateful about it. She's obviously so ignorant, man. She doesn't even know the Almighty. It's evident in her work, But at the same time, she's a child of God, and and if I said I was a child of God, I might have said that, but I've never ever said, man, and referred to myself as a special person. So that's just complete bullshit. Just lying. And people should not be able to put harmful, man, even especially in your medical report, criticism, man, when they're so unprofessional they don't even do any fact-checking. I want these people, man, civilly and criminally held liable and responsible immediately before they harm other people. Alright, man. I want people to see on this page, man, that I was given drug testing, because another thing I've had to deal with is the fact that since my eyes, man, ever since I was given this incompatible blood transfusion, I've been bloodshot and water all the time and are irritated all the time. My whole body's been suffering, okay? Note, man, THC screen, man, negative. Note, man, the elevated liver transphase is again elevated. Note that it was never addressed. Note that the hemoglobin in this case is elevated, right? Like I said, man, she's given me rat poison and blood thinners and stuff. And these things could have been elevated by the undiagnosed Wilson's, or it could have been because of the poisoning. But regardless, man, I was suffering, and I was telling the truth, and none of these people, man, believed me, and none of these people looked at the evidence
And automatically, people would look at my eyes, and I'd suffer the slander of being called a drug addict. I mean, or mentally ill, or delusional, or anything but the fact that these people, man, are seriously incompetent, man. Completely incompetent. Okay, the normal range for ceruloplasmin is 21 to 53. This, at this point in time, was tested as 28. And again, Epstein-Barr virus, which I've been diagnosed with, elevates it. So it was still in the lower parts of the range. And this is not, man, 100% even so for Wilson's, man. Which Quack Stevens thought. These people are not experts, man. I spent thousands of hours of research because it's my life. I know what the hell I'm suffering from. I'm trying to save my own skin. And these people, man, within a very short time period, did nothing but derogatorily slander and libel me. And illegally incarcerate me. Now we're psychologically getting off on torturing me with saying that they were going to force, man, permanent brain-damaging substances into my person if I refused to take them. This guy just outright just wrote tons of outright lies, man. And just lied and lied and lied and lied and lied. Guys, people should not be able to just, write flippant slander and libelous reports, man, and accounts about things you never said or things you never did, to completely and totally discredit you. And that's what this person did. I want this guy, man, sued for libel. This is Paul Pascal. For as much as a lawsuit can be, possibly penalized, man, because how serious it is. Look at this, man. Liver functions, man, were remarkable for ALT of 61. But they deny, man, in other reports, man, if there was any hepatic involvement whatsoever, man. What's his name? Waite and Stevens and the other ones. They never addressed that, man. And that's one of the indicators, man, of undiagnosed Wilson's. 23, okay, like I said, liver function, noted. This is at least, severe malpractice, man, at least. But the worst is conspiracy and leaving me undiagnosed and untreated. The drug screen shows negative. 38. Multiple different complaints, an elaborate paranoid delusional system about 911, the government. In other words, I don't know if anyone else out there that can, take a look at all the evidence of 911, but I doubt this psycho fucking quack shrink, excuse my language, but I'm pissed. I am pissed at these people. I seriously doubt this quack, man, has done any research about 911. So for somebody to come in there and say, man, that there's serious issues going on with our government right now, and that this is actually a hot spot for retirees, for government agents, and that it's possible, man, that when I'm trying to expose hospital homicides, including what these people did, that they are systematically, intentionally, man, discrediting me. And that's exactly what's going on here. It's like enemy of state, only in the worst way, man. That they actually have shrinks, man, at work, man, at falsely accusing, at ignoring and leaving people to die or suffer, or actually intentionally kill them or give them chemical lobotomizers, man. This is serious, man. So it's not no elaborate or paranoid delusional system. These people proves I'm telling the truth, man. This guy intentionally, man, unless he can give evidence, man, that he's researched 911, but he just automatically just chooses to just call it delusional. In other words, you heard all the conspiracy theorists, how many other people, man, call them nuts or whatever, but those same people that are calling them nuts have done zero fact-checking. In other words, they're talking about crap they know nothing about. And as such, they're life-threatening and freedom-threatening to those of us who do. files, man. My files were like the transfusion permission form, man. I can prove scientifically it was altered, man. So hospitals, man, altering files from different states. In other words, it's either a massive, massive epidemic of corruption, man, so that hospitals unilaterally all across the country cover up their illegal activities and their malpractice, which is, really possible for our, corrupt society these days, which is, so much more concerned over money than people's lives. But when, we got coroners coming out on CNN, man, saying doctors and nurses, man, murdered, man, multiple patients during Katrina, and they're not arrested, that shows not just, corruption within the hospitals, man, getting away with murder, getting away with altering files, getting away with covering up the, illegal organ harvesting and all the other illegal crap they do, but it shows that the government is not doing anything about it. That shows government, man, participation in covering up from the public, man, serious life-threatening circumstances that are going on within our nation, and they're doing nothing to address it. Yeah, I'm talking obsessively. Damn straight I'm talking obsessively. I'm suffering in agony. People tried to kill me, and these assholes were friggin' helping them get away with it. Like, for instance, right, they say I received Seroquel. I had to pretend. What person in their right mind would take, life-threatening substances? I had to pretend in order to get my ass out of there as soon as I could, man, that I was taking this stuff, man. I had to pretend. I put a tiny little fleck of it on my tongue, man, just tiniest speck, just to see, man, if perhaps the side effects were being exaggerated. And my tongue swelled up from just like not even 10 milligrams of this substance, man, and caused me to be impaired in being able to talk right. This stuff is highly toxic. In fact, there's been lawsuits filed about Quercetin and Seroquel. You can type it in, and I'll show you. I watch documentaries of all these latest psychotropics and the effects of how many people are dying from them. It's serious, man. Seroquel relative, common family, Seroquel class action lawsuit, Seroquel litigation lawsuits, wrongful death lawsuits, man, all related, man, to this drug. And I knew it, and they wanted me to take that shit, even though I had already showed them, man, that, that I was suffering from untreated Wilson's and that I had liver issues, and they knew it, and they still were trying to give me this crap. I want these people locked up. They're sadistic, they're evil, and frankly, that at least is guilty of aggravated assault and of a form of torture, at least of psychological torture. And since they wouldn't take this shit, I'm saying that they're guilty of felony offenses, man, of aggravated assault and attempted homicides. This stuff is proven, man, kill people, man. Proven. Many people, we're talking more than 100,000 people, man, in a very short time this stuff's been released, man. I mean, young and old, man, in a year, man, dead. This stuff is seriously toxic. These assholes knew it. Wait, rejoiced. He was like giving me the side effects, saying that it was lethal with anybody that had liver complications, and he enjoyed it. And he was, even one doctor in here in this report says that he informed that the substance can cause permanent brain damage. In other words, this psycho crack is sitting there admitting in the medical report that he was telling me it can cause permanent brain damage and thought it was acceptable to give to somebody. I want these people locked up, man. I mean, absolutely as soon as possible. Class action lawsuits, clinical psychology, look at Seroquel, and they kill Seroquel's chances. That one's just about, its ability to be marketed, wrongful death, diabetes, man, being caused by other, ailments, children. I mean, there was an entire, march on the FDA, man, over these psychotropics, man. Most people are not aware that this stuff is going on. I mean, the FDA is approving, man, substances now that are so toxic they have lethal side effects. What does the American public think about that alone? Again, man, when I said that I had symptoms, man, indicative of leukemia, type symptoms of suffering that were that severe, didn't mean like, oh my God, I'm dying of leukemia too, doc. It wasn't like, I was telling them all along, man, that I'm suffering from Wilson's, man, and it's true. And I've already proven it, but I'll even give more evidence, right? But these people, man, left me in suffering. And furthermore, like I said, man, covered up what has already been done to me. Discredited me, man. Held me illegally, man. Participated in felony kidnapping. I want them locked up. I don't want them just sued civilly, man. I want these people locked up. They are killing people. They're either killing people in negligence and extreme ignorance, but that's not the case. This guy, man. I mean, he laughed. He enjoyed what he was doing. He knew what he was doing. This guy is a mass murderer. I want this guy behind bars as soon as may be possible. Yeah, I discussed, look what they say. I mean, read this. I discussed with it and can cause lip-smacking tongue movements and other movements that may never go away, even with stopping the medication. I mean, besides it can kill people, besides it has lethal side effects, besides it can cause permanent brain damage, it can, affect your speech and other motive skills in your body, permanently. It can increase the risk of diabetes. I want these people locked up. I want them locked up as soon as possible. In other words, this guy, Albert Crook, thinks it's okay to give people, man, substances that can cause permanent brain damage, man. I want them behind bars, man, as soon as possible. These people are actually giving these substances, forcing these substances onto unwilling patients, man, under unwilling persons that don't want to take them because of how toxic they are and how much damage they actually do cause. And these people, like this guy Albert Crook, actually thinks it's still okay not only to prescribe, but to force feed these substances on innocent citizens. I want these people behind bars as soon as possible. I want products like this that are so toxic they can cause permanent brain damage forever banned, man. They cannot be approved for human ingestion, man. If people disagree with me, I want the FDA to the personnel that are approving these substances for other people to be forced to take it themselves and to document the side effects, man, publicly, man, on audio, video footage. I want the manufacturers, if people don't agree with me that these substances must become illegal right away, immediately banned, and these people arrested, then I want the manufacturers to be forced to have to take it, and document it on international programming, and I want the FDA to have to take it, and I want these, frankly, psycho quacks, man, of the most sadistic order to be forced to take the shit they're forcing on innocent citizens. I want these people, man, forced to take it. I want their responses, man, documented, man, as they're forced to take the crap that they think is acceptable to, force on other human beings. I'm serious. If these people are claiming that they're not guilty, man, of intentional attempted homicides and aggravated assault, if they think that this is acceptable medical practice and they're defending what they're doing, I want them to be forced to take the shit that they're forcing on other people, and I want cameras, audio, video footage to give international feed on what happens to these people after they take these substances. Otherwise, I want them locked up if they won't take them, because that means they know. That means they know these substances should not be given to anybody. That means they know how toxic, how poisonous, how dangerous these things are, and they're intentionally giving them to people anyways. That proves they are crooks, just like his name, Albert Crook. Lock him up, and lock the rest of them up. This guy, wait, sinister, gleeful smile handed me information sheets on the medications he wanted to give me that stated, do not administer to people with liver issues because it could have lethal side effects. He knew the lab results and still wanted to administer these 3 medications. There were other medications that didn't have lethal side effects, but he wanted these ones. That specifically said, do not give to a person in my condition. He's a murderer along with various staff at NIBH, and they are covering up what they do to people by giving them these harmful diagnoses so nobody else believes them. What they do is they monitor their vitals, and just before they die, they send them on to state hospitals, man, where they die in a process. They keep them there, and they get sicker and sicker with their treatment, and then cover up their crimes by writing libelous accounts and outright lies in the patient's medical records, like they've done to me to discredit me about the hospital homicide attempts I survived, including this one. They took away my freedom without any evidence of any crimes. They participated in felony kidnapping. They gleefully, resorted to prescribing medications only that had the most harmful side effects, permanent damage. They took pleasure in notifying me of the permanent, side effects these medications had. They are sadistic, they are cruel, and they belong behind bars. His signature, man. David B. Waite. Mass murderer and torturer, man, of innocent citizens. This shows, man, right here, that he was in process, man, of wanting to get me permanently committed with no evidence of any crimes. In other words, I was going to be punished with the same type of, indefinite, incarceration as somebody that commits, first-degree homicides, though I've done nothing wrong. Not one thing, man, no crimes. These people have no right to do this, man. This kind of abuse of authority, these people should be locked up, as far as I'm concerned, for what they wanted to do to me for the rest of my life. Lock this guy up. I'm showing you, man. I'm showing you what these people think is acceptable medical practice. Permanent brain-damaging, highly toxic substances that can be lethal, and they claim that they evaluated all my x-rays and all my lab reports, and even though I've shown you personally that they indicate that I had liver complications and undiagnosed Wilson's, that these people still, man, not only denied it, but misdiagnosed me and wanted to give me stuff that could kill me. They did it intentionally, man, to cover for their so-called buddies in the medical practice at Deaconess and Daughter General that have participated in covering up these crimes that I've been trying to tell people of, that they're murdering people, that have survived hospital homicides to begin with. They've all participated in conspiracy. Quack admits to taking away my freedom with no crime having been committed. He and staff at NIBH participate in felony kidnapping, legal and pressing criminal charges against all of them. I call for their immediate arrest. I'm also calling for a legal firm to sue each and every one of them in their personal and professional capacities as soon as possible. These people cannot abuse innocent citizens so flippantly, trample our constitutional rights, and there was no due process of law. My freedom was taken away nonetheless. These persons have committed felonies, and their ignorance and abuse is a serious danger to society. Damn straight I was unpleasant. No, he says pleasant and cooperative. Yeah, this was the day after the patients told me that I'd better just agree with whatever they say to do, or I could end up locked up or dead. So I pretended, man, to agree with everything they wanted, to take, whatever, serious, life-threatening substances they were trying to give me, And I said, no way I'm going to take that. Who in their right mind would take, picture that, man, sitting in front of as far as I'm concerned, like the most sadistic assholes ever friggin' born on the planet, sitting there smiling and smirking at you and going, this stuff causes permanent brain damage. And they want to give that to you. Who in their right mind is going to take that shit, right? These people think it's acceptable medical practice. They think it's perfectly fine. But I guarantee none of them will take it. If they do, they're idiots. It's that toxic. So again, man, lab reports, man, showing, right here, the elevated ALT, and is it down here that where is next page. Yeah, I had bloodshot and watery eyes all the time. I've had to put up with people falsely accusing me of being on drugs. Like law enforcement, when I tried to go to them and tell them, that I survived these homicides, man, they sit there and like, man, you're on drugs, we're going to give you a drug screen. I'm like, I'll take it, if it'll help, man. These people believe I'm telling the truth, man. But I've already been through, numerous screens that all show negative, that I'm not on drugs, that I don't take drugs, and that frankly, like I said, I'm a minister and I'm against drugs because what the Lord revealed to me about them. So look at barbiturates, negative, cocaine, what is this, benzodiazepines, tazobines, amphetamines, group, negative, methadone, negative, opiates, negative, THC, negative, phencyclidine, negative. They're all negatives. They're trying hard, man, to discredit me, man. Nanograms per milliliter, man. If I was on any of these things, man, they would have showed up. The bottom line is, man, I was given numerous drug screens, man, during this time because people just want to automatically think you're either crazy or you're on drugs or there's some reason why you could not be telling the truth. That these people, man, are not right. That's one of the most well-documented satanic professions and guilty of human experimentation and sadism across ever since its inception, man. Not just American psychiatry, but the occult link in Nazi Germany. Who do you think came up with all the tortures, man, that they did to those, poor victims, man? It was shrinks, man, psychoquacks just like these. And this stuff has been going on in this country as well. Man, One Who Flew Over the Cuckoo Nest was based on true stories, man. This profession is evil, man. They're not right. They're not right in the head, and they sit in judgment of other people and subject them, man, to taking away their freedoms without any due process of law, to libeling them, to slandering them, and if we don't agree with their worldview, or, if we refuse their, method of treatment and say, no, we don't want your permanent brain-damaging chemical lobotomizers, you take them, right? Then they commit us, man, sometimes indefinitely until we're dead. These people that have way too much power and authority, and as far as I'm concerned, there needs to be a message sent from the public that what they're doing, man, is criminal. Not just malpractice, not just civilly liable, but criminal. I want them behind bars. Behind bars. I want psychology and psychiatry in America to be, reduced at this point in time because, frankly, the secular humanists don't know what the hell they're talking about, and they're brainwashed and believe in complete lies to begin with. Frankly, I want it reduced to them only being able to listen and get counseling, period. No drugs, no chemicals, man. I've read all the psychotropics, and they're all far too harmful, man, to to be, as far as I'm concerned, allowed on the market. And anybody who disagrees with me, let them, take these drugs and freaking document the side effects long term, man. If they don't end up dead. What was that one? Oh yeah. I mean, this is written proof that I told these people, what I'm telling you, that I would not take these things. No way. Look, I wrote right on here. I have Wilson's disease, valproic acid or Depakote, or creatine or Seroquel, are counterproductive, man. They're life-threatening in a Wilson's patient. It can result in death. I will not take either of these medications, and the other one too, which I just read earlier. What was it? Depakote, Seroquel, and what did you want to give me? Was it on 48? No, it was before that. Oh yeah, it was Zyprexa. Depakote, Zyprexa, and Seroquel, all three of those, man, have lethal side effects for anybody with liver complications. Now, at first he said lithium, but then later on he reviews and withdraws lithium, which was the only one that didn't have it. So he left me with the three choices of the three that had lethal side effects, and he did it on purpose. Frankly, man, God says, man, that people of extreme are the kind of people he likes. So what they call bipolar, or people with extreme emotions, according to God's word, is like, the kind that are supposed to be saved. It's always people that, consider that you're supposed to be, lukewarm, apathetic, and just totally always in control of all your emotions, man. Never get too angry, never get too sad, never get too happy. Those ones, man, like these people, what they think of as normal, is according to God's word, the kind of people he's going to spit out of his mouth in disgust. Oh yeah, man. They just every single time, man, I would tell them, man, that, no, I'm not depressed. I mean, they just kept insisting, man, you must be depressed, you're depressed. I mean, it was like this, you think you're going to succeed in brainwashing me and do you agree? I was telling them, no, I'm not depressed, I'm in pain, I'm suffering, and I'm actually very angry, and none of you listen. And look how they write, man. Denying suicidal and homicidal ideation. Denies. In other words, they're sitting in the accuser's seat. They sit there and they accuse anybody that's in there of being suicidal or homicidal, even though there's no proof of it. They just automatically accuse everybody of that. And then look at how they write. Denies. In other words, they're accusing. There was never any, accusations from anybody in the public of such. There was no reason for me to be locked up or maltreated like this. But these people just systematically, man, all of them, man. I mean, systematically, it's the way their brain works because of their brainwashing of their education. They just systematically, automatically do this to people, man. Which is, frankly, as far as I'm concerned, libel. And frankly, I think these people should be held personally, not just professional, but personally liable for making choices to do this to people. I mean, they even document, man. But I kept telling him, man. He states Wright is lying about him and making threats. Making threats to her. Nevertheless, he's been cooperating in the process. Patient is patient. In other words, I never gave them any grief other than I kept telling them, release me. I'm being illegally held. You know, I'm suffering from Wilson's. I don't have any of these other things you're wanting to say about me. I'm not depressed. I don't want your drugs. And they just insisted, man. No matter what I said, man, insisted on disbelieving me, discrediting me, and, you know, harmfully slandering, libeling, and diagnosing me. And illegally keeping me locked up. I mean, this can happen to anybody. You know, I'm serious. If your, you know, spouse, man, plots and plans, man, you know, to do something harmful to you and wants to discredit you so nobody will believe you, then all she's got to do, or he's got to do, is say that you're in that case and, like, you know, convince, you know, an acquaintance or whatever, or somebody to help, you know, so that makes it even more believable for the shrinks, right? And you can be locked up, man, and permanently committed, man, over false accusations. There's no way, you know, medical so-called shrinks, which aren't even actually MDs, man. They're just freaking, you know, brainwashed psychoquacks. That's all they are. There's never been any scientific proof about any mental illness at all. I'm serious, man. There's no scientific proof of it. These people call themselves doctors, but they're not. They're just quacks, man, that have been brainwashed in a field, man, of highly questionable and, frankly, anti-Christian values and teachings, man, steeped in. They're harmful to everybody that believes in God, that believes God participates in reality, that believes God still talks, that believes God still does anything. They're dangerous people. Frankly, there's no way they should have more power and authority, man, than the person that, I mean, nobody should have their rights reduced worse than a criminal, man. I'm serious. I had no rights. My freedom was taken away. I was not charged with any crimes. I did not commit any crimes. I told them over and over again, man, that my wife was lying, that I was being, you know, I mean, completely and totally, man, wrongfully incarcerated. That they were participating in wrongful incarceration. And none of them would release me. There's no evidence of any crime whatsoever, man. Criminals, man, are entitled to at least bond and at least a fair trial. But these people took away my freedom, a constitutional right, man, with no evidence of not one scratch, not one wound, not one suicidal indication, not one homicidal indication, no evidence really of any mental illness whatsoever. And they did no fact-checking on any of my allegations. I've shown you I have lab reports proving, man, I'm telling the truth, and x-rays, and macroscopically, man, indicators, man. In other words, you can see it on my body, man, indicators that I can't just pretend it's in my mind that prove, man, that I have this particular genetic trait. Of which they intentionally, man, refused, man, to acknowledge. I already been diagnosed in '88. And somebody actually knew what the hell they were doing. This page shows I kept demanding my release and was being held against my free will illegally. These people had the audacity to take away my freedom, threaten my life, and then wanted to bill me $1,400 to $1,600 a day for it. I will never pay criminals, felons, ignorants, quacks, mass murderers for discrediting me, abusing me, and trying to kill me in either their extreme ignorance or outright conspiracy to cover up for other doctors' homicide attempts from Deaconess that I was trying to expose. In addition, they denied all easily observable signs and incontrovertible medical indicators of untreated Wilson's disease. I argue they did this intentionally to discredit me and misdiagnose me with derogatory terms. Expressing anger about the bill, you damn straight I expressed anger about the bill. Now my wife lying to get me locked up, you know, for just showing up in the kangaroo court and lied again. I mean, that my freedom and my life was in jeopardy. I mean, I was in danger of being, you know, I mean, committed for life or ended up dead or permanently brain damaged. You bet, man. I was upset, man. It was psychological torture in the extreme, man. That a citizen, that's not even a criminal, that's committed no crimes, does not even have as much rights as somebody that shoots somebody dead in cold blood in front of other people. These people should not have that kind of power and authority, man. And frankly, I don't think they do. I think every one of these people, man, broke the law prolifically. I want them locked up for felony kidnapping. And like I said, I want civil damages as well, man. I can't believe how much suffering these people have caused me, man. Like, off-the-scale suffering. Leaving me brutally tortured and discredited to the point where I can't even get pain medication, man, over what was really happening with me. Because each of these so-called medical professionals refuse to do any actual fact-checking of my allegations of previous medical records proving I have Wilson's disease, they just continue to automatically write derogatory comments like this, stating I don't respond to reality orientation, when in fact it was they that were guilty of this. Yeah, right here. Not be taking any of the medications ordered as they would adversely affect, which he states he has, no one will treat. And then she writes, he does not respond to reality orientation. In other words, simply because they wouldn't believe me, or look at the medical records, or look at the irrefutable proof, simply because they wouldn't be professional enough to do any fact-checking on their own, they just continue to derogatorily slander and libel me, man. But at least they acknowledge I was doing my best to be polite, even under the circumstances. They were illegally, man, kidnapping me, incarcerating me, and billing me for it. Slandering, libeling me, discrediting me, and having the audacity to charge me outrageous amounts of money for every day that they held me there illegally, even though I asked repeatedly to be released. I want these people locked up, man. They committed numerous felony offenses in the first degree. Not just against me, against other so-called patients that are ending up dead and permanently damaged, man, either brain damaged or organ damaged as a result of their so-called treatment. So sinister this profession is, man. That's how dangerous these people are, man. They get brainwashed. I'm beginning to wonder, man. I know Waite, man, is truly sadistic. He took pleasure, man, in what he's doing to people and was about to do to me. But I'm wondering if some of them are just so dang brainwashed, man, and ignorant that they just can't see, man, the evil they're doing, man. I find it difficult to believe. For instance, how can anybody not be able to read, right, that's giving these medications, checking a person's vitals, seeing them get sicker and sicker and sicker, man, and not know what the hell they're doing to them? I frankly think that these people know what they're doing, and they're getting away with multiple accounts of aggravated assault on people and multiple counts of actual homicides, man. I think they go to their 9-to-5 jobs, and I think that they think they're doing the public a favor by killing off the mentally ill. I'm serious, man. I am not exaggerating, man. I want these people investigated, man. I don't know what else I can do, man. I'm putting my life, my reputation, everything I have left after being brutally maltreated, man, for an extended period of time, still willing to go back and fight because of how strongly I feel about this, man. I watched them, man, abusing, man, their power and authority, man, beyond any acceptable level, and getting off, some of them actually taking pleasure in harming these patients. They're not right. Once again, this shows how I patiently and repeatedly tried to explain what I'm actually suffering from, trying to keep from being misdiagnosed and giving me therefore life-threatening substances, but each one refused to listen to me or look at any of the evidence proving my actual condition, man. I mean, these are numerous people, man, that were just automatically, man, just wouldn't listen to me.
It's like they consider like anybody that is there, man, you know, must be somebody that doesn't even deserve to be listened to or have any credibility whatsoever, man. And they would roll. I would try to explain to them, man, over and over again. They would roll their eyes, man. You know, just totally just roll their eyes. Reading my Bible, you know, I wasn't doing anything wrong. There's no reason for them to keep me locked up. You know, there's not one indicator in here. You know, I kept telling them I wasn't crazy. I didn't have anything, you know, that I wasn't depressed. You know, I wasn't trying, you know, thinking about killing nobody. You know, and they wouldn't release me. I mean, I was practically begging, man, and I couldn't get any of them to listen to me. So who wouldn't be angry, man? Who would not be angry when no one would listen or do any fact-checking or look at any observable signs on my body, symptoms, or medical evidence that I was telling the truth, and instead had to, for instance, man, like one of the signs of undiagnosed Wilson's is a proliferation of moles or freckles or, you know, body marks or anything like that, man. And, you know, there's things that I can't fake in my head. Another one is the Kaiser-Fleischer rings in my eyes, man. I mean, another is the, you know, constant, you know, bouncing leg, and even while you're sleeping, dancing leg syndrome. I mean, things that I can't fake, man, like seizures and stuff, man. I'm not talking about like uncontrolled seizures during the day. I'm talking about mostly when you're trying to relax or go to sleep at night. You know, your muscles just twitching and stuff and keeping you awake and depriving you of rest, man. That's Wilson's associated, man. Tremors. And it's like, and these people, man, even though, man, I had all those things going on, man, just systematically refused to look at any of the macroscopic or microscopic or medical reports proving I'm telling the truth. And insisted on slandering, libeling me, and misdiagnosing me to discredit me from about everything else I'm telling you is true. Forced to take medications with lethal side effects. They are euthanizing people. They are murdering people. Trying to talk with these people while they just roll their eyes and arrogantly presume to be such an authority as to libel your character profusely in your permanent medical report. They belong banned from medical practice at least, and some belong in prison because they knew I was telling the truth, like Wade, but were intentionally discrediting me, trying to get me permanently committed, though I'd done no harm to no one, myself included. Life imprisonment is for heinous criminals. But that's what they wanted to do to me, though no crimes had been committed at all, and he intentionally relished forcing the most toxic medications of all available choices upon me. This person is guilty of not only felony kidnapping, but attempted homicide. Please arrest sadistic Dr. Waite immediately. This shows with perseverance I tried to defend my freedom and my life in vain from these ignorant at best and criminal at worst persons. The patient became very forceful in his speech in order to convince he has all the symptoms of Wilson's. I mean, I was pointing to him on my body, man, and they wouldn't even look. These people were intentionally misdiagnosing me, man. All the symptoms, man. Doctors don't listen. See, I was telling them point blank. People are evil, man. They're not just so ignorant and negligent that they're guilty of severe malpractice. These people knew, and they wouldn't look, and they wouldn't acknowledge, they wouldn't do anything, shape or form, man, because they were bent on illegally detaining me and discrediting me, man. You did it with intent, malicious intent. There was no proof whatsoever, man, any reason to keep me locked up. None. Paranoid? How would you feel if people just claimed to be afraid of you and that was sufficient to get you locked up? In other words, a group of people just goes, hey, let's just say they're thinking about pulling a prank, right?
and they just go, let's just go to this doc, man, and say this person's, man, crazy and stuff, and we're afraid of them or whatever, right? Seriously, man. You could be, locked up for life over that kind of stuff. No evidence whatsoever, no crimes, no nothing. You could end up dead. That's what these people, man, as far as I'm concerned, I'm showing are guilty of. That they think it's perfectly acceptable to give innocent citizens, man. Let's just say that let's just say for argument's sake, that I or another person actually could be classified as mentally ill. Let's just say that, even though it's not true, let's just say that's the case. Do you think it's okay to force substances that are so toxic on anybody, including the mentally ill, that it can cause permanent brain damage, permanent organ damage, or kill them? Do you think that that's acceptable under any circumstances to do to somebody? If so, frankly, I think you're the danger to society. These people are a danger to society that they think that that's okay to do to people. That is aggravated assault. That is far worse than just going up to somebody and beating the shit out of them. At least they only get bruised, man. And then after a while they recover. These people are giving people chemicals that cause permanent brain damaging. Stuttering, slurring, the inability to concentrate, the inability to work again, the ability to perceive as competent again, left on the streets to drool all over themselves, maybe not even have enough, mental resources together to even get disability for themselves. These people are sadistic and cruel. These people are in extreme, man, not just committing minor aggravated assault, but the worst kinds. And people are ending up dead. They're so arrogant, man, that they can't understand that they would never take the shit they are forcing, literally holding people down and injecting them or prying open their mouth and making them swallow. Forcing people against their will, man, who know how harmful these things are, to take that stuff. That is psychological and physical torture of innocent citizens. Lock these people and all such persons up for an extended period of time and make sure this never happens again in this country. They've lost their minds. They're so brainwashed they can't see how evil what they do is. Young straight I was only trusting God, after being betrayed by my own wife, after being betrayed by so-called friends, acquaintances, after being, numerous attempted homicides from hospitals, and then these people, ignoring, man, irrefutable medical records, man, proving I'm telling the truth. And taking pleasure, man, in locking me up, and taking pleasure in telling me that what they want to give me causes permanent brain damage and can kill me. They took pleasure. These people smiled. They enjoyed, man, telling me they intended to give me stuff that I'd seen given to someone else and caused the poor guy to drool all over himself. He came in being able to talk. He came in being able to communicate like anybody else. But after he took just one dose of what they were giving him, this guy was drooling all over himself and talking incoherently. And they were telling me, "You're next." These people are sadistic. They're evil. I don't care that you don't believe it. Read the reports. I showed them, and I showed you that I had liver complications, and you can do your research yourself for those medications that says do not give to people with liver complications. And they still wanted to do it. They're sadistic. I want these people locked up, man. I've been through a hell nobody deserves, man, on this planet, man. I'm serious. After the whole extent that I've been through, between cops screwing my, still married wife, that had tried to poison me and was getting away with, attempted homicides by actually, screwing corrupt cops that were, so damn, corrupt themselves, right? But they figured that it was okay to leave mass murderers loose that I'd gone to, to try to help. Here's the list of all these people, man.
All these people, man, I want investigated, man, for aggravated assaults and attempted homicides. I'm serious. I want everybody that's ever been admitted to this location in this hospital, I want their records, completely investigated, and all transfers followed up with, and any premature deaths. I want, to find out how many people have died under these people's so-called treatment. I want to know how many people, man. I want you to follow up and film, man. How many people have permanent brain injury, can't talk right anymore because of what these people did to them. I want all these people investigated for felony offenses of the worst kind. Every one of them. And the worst offenders locked up, as far as I'm concerned, the most aggravated of sentences possible. And to send an irrefutable message, man, that just because you're a friggin' quack in a mock flock jacket, man, you cannot, man, do this to other people, man. I'm serious. I want all these people, man, investigated for felony offenses. Serious felony offenses. Every last one of them. You don't care if people don't believe me. I'm going to do my best. Like I said, they're so used, man, to giving these people permanent brain-damaging substances that when they get out, nobody will believe them. They can't speak up for themselves, and the ones that are being murdered and dying in there have nobody outside to stand up for them. So I don't care how crazy it sounds, I can't tolerate the fact that these people think it's okay to just kill people, man. They'll not only just kill them, but take pleasure in torturing them on many levels. People that have, little kids that go there, or people that have loved ones that visit every day, right? Those particular people they treat well. It's the people that are in there that don't have any connections on the outside, that don't have anybody able to speak up for them, that these people maltreat. And that's how they get away with it. Okay, right here, man, Jane confirms when visiting with Correll that it was due to an incompatible blood transfusion and that it caused 2 separate incidents of cardiac arrest. The doctors at Deaconess deny. The second homicide attempt, in which I was tied down on a gurney and had a male nurse laugh at me as I suffocated to death, and a heavy-set female nurse say, "Acting like a wild man won't save you now." Quote, unquote. She confirmed that it happened times 2. At the time, he suffered acute pulmonary edema immediately post-op, followed by cardiac arrest times 2. The effects from transfusion reaction. Both he and his wife agree that he's never been the same since. See, she might lie now, man, because, like I said, if any of them go down, man, they're all going to go down. They're all, like I said, it wasn't a conspiracy. In other words, she didn't, meet with the doctors in advance. What it was is just this massive greed and corruption already existing in this country now. Massive, man. Epidemic. And so one criminal met another criminal that are all on the loose. Corruption everywhere. Epidemic of crime, greed, and corruption. This is how I know my immune system is responsible for my severe and chronic pain. I took lots of probiotics one day, and when they flooded my system, the pain almost completely disappeared for 12 to 16 hours, and then started coming back within 48 hours with severe and chronic again to this day. This is what I'm willing to risk my life to have my entire body flushed completely with O positive blood transfusion as soon as may be possible. I've stated to all these doctors I am not depressed. I am suffering from long-term effects of poisoning, incompatible blood transfusion, and untreated Wilson's disease, as I've been telling the truth all along. My immune system is causing excruciating lupus-type pain every waking moment. I'm willing to put my life on the line. I'm willing at this point to risk, because of how bad I'm suffering, I'm willing to risk, my death.
This should have been given, O positive blood transfusion should have been given me the day if it was an accident that they gave me the O negative blood and caused the cardiac arrest and pulmonary edema. If it was an accident. But because they're covering up what they did to me, I've had to suffer, man, and suffer unbelievably, man, and suffer cracks, and other doctors, man, their disbelief, and even people that are decent, man, I mean, ostracizing me and mocking me and slandering me, thinking that I'm nuts, you know, all because these criminals, man, are covering up and lying, man. This guy, man, Correll, was actually the best physician I saw out of all of them, you know. The only thing that he did that wasn't right was he illegally violated doctor-patient confidentiality when I was trying to increase my life insurance, which actually I'm kind of thankful he did now, you know, because if I had increased it, there would have been even more people probably try to friggin' kill me, you know, for their share in the pie. I'm serious, man. I can't believe it, man, but it's true. Man, there's that much greed out there now. I mean, life insurance is like almost a death sentence, man, if you don't really know, man, the people around you very well, especially if you've got a psychopath for a spouse. So at any rate, I know now that the Lord revealed to me that this guy thought that I and my ex were cooking up some type of scheme for her to get rich, man. He kept asking me, you know, be careful, you know, are you depressed? And like, I know now that the Lord was revealed to me that this guy thought that I was participating willingly somehow in, you know, some type of early death so she could get rich. And that's why he sent, man, my medical reports to Lincoln Health or Lincoln Life Insurance or whatever. I can't remember if it was Manhattan or Lincoln, which one it was, but one of those companies, man, that I had applied for a pretty substantial life insurance policy because I was so sick that I thought I was dying, man, and I thought it was only prudent, man, to, you know, as much as possible, take care of my loved ones, man. Because at that point in time, I didn't know she was actually trying to kill me. You know? There's a whole reason why I was that ill. So frankly, man, you know, probably what he did in violating doctor-patient confidentiality actually might have saved me from even more people trying to kill me. I know that sounds paranoid, but I mean, it's actually justified response when you have as much hell as I've been through, man, of how much corruption there is in this country now. How much greed and corruption. That's truly life-threatening. At any rate, where are the labs where it shows hereditary hemochromatosis? Chronic fatigue syndrome. Oh yeah, hypogonadism, man. You know, see, primary versus secondary hypogonadism. This is an indicator, man. No man would, I mean, be showing this publicly, man. You know, saying that the testicles, man, are kind of small because of the fact that this is a clear indicator of undiagnosed Wilson's and hereditary hemochromatosis, which also the lab reports show. In other words, I'm not proud of what I'm suffering from, but for people to misdiagnose me and leave me in incredible agony, man, is horrible, man. I mean, horrible, especially to do so at the fact that they're leaving mass murderers loose as a result. Man, it's extremely, man, not only psychological, man, torture, man, on my part, but extremely, you know, I mean, just fundamentally wrong, man, on the public's part, for public safety. And all because people, I mean, frankly, man, not just medical professionals, but a whole bunch, man, of the public is completely ignorant about the genetic trait of Wilson's when it affects hundreds of millions of people worldwide. And there's no reason for this ignorance any longer. And so I don't care, man, if people think I'm nuts. I'm going to do my part now, and maybe one day people will know I cared enough, even if I die, to at least stand up. Tell the truth, because I don't want to see anybody go through the outrageous hell I've been through, man. Unbelievable suffering, man. I mean, whether by people of intent, you know, and massive corruption, and
criminal behavior, or by just people just being downright ignorant, like willfully so, absolutely refusing to listen, man, or look at the evidence, any reason. Not dying of AIDS or anything else. Okay, even though these fall in the normal ranges, man, when they're, consistently in the very, upper regions of a normal range, and again, these normal, so-called normal ranges have been, I was a lab tech, these things have been expanded over time, and the reason is that because some people kept falling outside of the normal ranges because of how commonplace Wilson's is. And so they've increased the normal ranges. So when you see, your results be consistently elevated, and you look at things, and one of these issues when you have a consistent triple elevation in these regards could be bone marrow issues. The x-rays show, man, that because it gave me an incompatible blood transfusion, I have bone marrow aplasia, which is causing me, man, to suffer unbelievably. Unbelievably, man. Between my spleen, man, generating, white blood cells attacking extravenously, man, according to the graft versus host symptoms that got caused by the incompatible transfusion they gave me, and between the fact that my bone marrow has been severely damaged, man, it makes it hard, man, to have any energy, man, no matter how strong your will is to do anything. I mean, literally having to drag yourself to keep from, urinating and defecating on yourself in the bed, man, at my age, man. Having to drag myself, man, for sheer discomfort and pain, man, to get to the toilet only 10 feet away. Nobody deserves to go through this shit, man. These people did this to me. I didn't just get, sick all on my own, man. These people did this to me, man. Once again, atypical lymphs unaddressed. Thyroid testing. The TSS suggests when it's on the low side, overactive thyroids is actually a risk factor associated with Alzheimer's, man. I mean, these are indicators. It's in the normal range, but on the low side can be possible hypothalamus issues. There should have been more checking is when I'm getting to real pituitary issues. This is my life. Just because, doctors, man, don't believe you when you say you're suffering unbelievably. Things that are on the borderline of the upper reaches, man. Borderline diabetes, kidneys not working as well as they should, If your blood urea nitrogen levels are constantly high, which sometimes mine are over the levels. Once again, elevated, transphase enzyme from the liver, man, showing hepatic complications outside of the normal ranges once again. Possible injury to cells, man. Possible damage to bones, liver, or gallstones. All of which have been confirmed by the x-rays, man. And all of which, indicate I'm telling the truth and they're lying. Potassium at normal levels, possible kidney issues. An incompatible blood transfusion does damage throughout your body, man. When your blood ain't working right, man, the rest of your body suffers. And that's a fact. I got tested for all forms of hepatitis because I was suffering from all kinds of hepatitis-like symptoms. Right? If I typed in all my symptoms of how my sicknesses were and what I was feeling, hepatitis kept coming up. Well, when hepatitis comes up as symptoms, but they're all negative like these, non-reactive, then that's another indicator of Wilson's, man. Look it up on the internet, man. I've already spent thousands of hours of research. I know what the hell I'm talking about. I know I'm telling the truth, man. And it's pissing me off, man, that I have to go through this in order just to get myself, man, maybe get myself, I might not succeed, in finally getting, competent medical treatment that I'm requesting, that I already know I need. And hopefully, man, Medicare will cover. Or if not, that people will realize that are kind, competent, caring physicians, because I know they're out there,
or realize, man, the hell I have been through, man, and take mercy on my soul, man, and give me the treatment I'm requesting. Like I said, I'll sign any waiver of liability, any waiver of or agreement of indemnification against even future prosecution from anyone in my behalf if I can just get the treatment I'm requesting, even if it kills me. I mean, I just don't want to live like I'm living every day now, where I can barely move, where I'm in excruciating, intolerable pain almost every single waking moment, sometimes so much so I feel like screaming at the top of my lungs, but I know all that would happen is people would lock me up. You know? I mean, I can't even get pain meds, man. Because of the nature of what these people have done to me, from people, you know, thinking that I would be a mental case and like then take away my freedom. I mean, I have to do what I'm doing in order to defend myself against extreme incompetence and corruption now in this country, man. Extreme. Where is the part where it proves hereditary hemochromatosis, which is linked to Wilson's now? Yeah, right here. When the ferritin levels are high and the iron levels are low, man, this is a lab indicating what's called hereditary hemochromatosis or iron overload. In other words, ferritin levels in your body are consistently high and the iron levels are low. And what they can do, they can actually kill you, man, by prescribing iron thinking you're anemic. If they don't notice that the ferritin levels, in other words, the processed iron in your body is actually elevated. And so, I mean, this causes too much ferritin or too much iron, you know, to be deposited in your body, man, and you die of heavy metal poisoning. So if a quack's too ignorant, they can say, oh, you're anemic, you know, you need to take iron. Then you take iron, and you can actually develop, an immediate, you know, response from heavy metal poisoning, where your whole body turns red in a severe allergic reaction. I mean, you can die. So, I mean, medical incompetence is serious. This is a lab indicator, man, proving I'm telling the truth about Wilson's and hereditary hemochromatosis has been linked now to Wilson's. And all this time, man, doctors, no matter how many times I tried to prove to them that I am suffering, just as I say, from these, issues, they just consistently, man, ignored me, or discredited me, or disrespected me, or in some way, shape, or form left me in incredible pain, denied me pain medications, denied me any types of treatment, other than to slander and libel me. Again, I already talked about, you know, two of the highest grossers in the pharmaceutical industry being, you know, treatment for high blood pressure and treatment for high cholesterol. Those are the two highest grossers, and then those are the two most common indicators of people that have this genetic trait. Some of the first two things that show up. But is anybody telling them that? Hell no. I mean, look at all the tests, man, I have, man. I've spent lots of money, lots of time. I mean, I know what the hell I'm talking about, and then I can't get, again, this is here is where is it? Oh yeah, once again, man, I mean, another strings of hepatitis and so on and so forth are non-reactive. I mean, this is many times, man, this has been done. I mean, I paid multiple times, man, trying to, you know, come up with what the heck I was suffering from, and then showing and telling them it was Wilson all along, and continuing to tell them about what happened to me at Arizona with St. Joseph's Hospital and the lab tech. And man, if she can hear me, if this goes public, man, I really would appreciate her coming forward, and if I can, you know, actually get, you know, my estate restored to me, or either that or win, you know, a civil suit, or at least compensatory, if not punitive damages for the hell I've been through, you know, then I will at least reimburse your flight expense, man. I mean, I'd appreciate mercy on my soul, man. I am suffering, man, like few can even imagine, man. And can't get people to even remotely, man, I mean, listen to me, or look what I'm having to do. I'm having to go public before the whole world, man, about these crimes, all because these people are covering up and and the ones that aren't covering up are so ignorant they're life-threatening. And by ignorant, I don't mean they're stupid. I mean they're just lacking so much knowledge, man, that they can't piece together everything that I've been showing you is proving I'm telling the truth. More tennis. I mean, to the lab techs and the experts, you know, with Wilson's, man, that can tell I've been telling the truth this whole time, man, please, man, mercy on my soul. I'm requesting transfusion therapy, man, for my whole body, man, to be flushed with the blood that I presently have removed and given O-positive blood, so much so that all that's left is the new transfusion blood of O-positive, you know, in my body. I want it to be screened, man, thoroughly. You know, make sure that there's no hepatitis, make sure there's no AIDS, make sure there's no diseases whatsoever, and preferably from, you know, a younger, healthier donor that has not been exposed to a lot of allergens, to give my body a chance, the best chance I have of non-rejection, the best chance I have of being able to recover my bone marrow, you know, in a healthy way, and the rest of my system, so that my immune system is no longer, man, causing lupus type, I mean, unbelievable, excruciating pain throughout my whole body, man. I mean, bones, muscles, organs, brain, you name it, man. My immune system is attacking my body, man, on a level that is just, it's so painful, man. I mean, I can't even begin, man, to describe, man, how other than for a person with dreams of helping the world with what God's taught me and shown me, and really cares about people, and really, I mean, actually is finally, you know, at a point where he believes, you know, that, you know, he's reached a stage in his life where he can make a good living if he's just healthy. For a person who wants to live, right? For me to be willing to sign a waiver of liability and indemnification agreement to get this transfusion therapy is something major. For me to even have thoughts that sometimes if I can't succeed in getting pain medication at least, that, you know, even though, I mean, I love God and love life, for me to even consider that I understand why people are for physician-assisted suicide now is telling you I am suffering, man. I'm in horrible pain, man. I mean, it's not in my head. It's not like I'm depressed. I should be after having to go through this kind of hell, man, just to fight for my own life. But I'm not. I'm pissed. I'm angry. I'm really angry, man, at the level of corruption in this country, at the level of greed in this country, and at the level of overall incompetence and ignorance in this country. And there's no excuse for it, man. None whatsoever, man. Other than the fact, like I said, they've been brainwashed in our public schools thinking it came from monkeys. Here it is, a document, man. 3 units of O-negative blood that they deny, and that's what really caused the edema. A document that May 88, I was told by a lab tech that I had antibodies against a negative Rh infection, never be given O-negative blood again or it would kill me. My urine was dark brown, in other words, hemolysis, man. I had sweats and chills. Textbook acute hemolytic reaction, man. And they didn't tell me at Deaconess, man. They covered this up, man. Bleeding gums, some sporadic petechia was noticed by my dentist, which I found out not only can be an indicator, you know, of possible leukemia, but it can actually be an indicator of being poisoned, like I was with the rat poison. Blood thinners, bruising, shortness of breath, diarrhea, constipation, and then digestive issues to the max, and hepatitis-like symptoms. And my wife, man, the whole time is sick. I mean, sick! And I know she's got friends out there that's been known her for a long period of time that probably vouch for her. But I also know that there's people that know Jane Allen Risberg or Jane Allen Craig, man, has used poison on people before, has destroyed people's relationships before. I mean, I'd like her family interviewed, like her sister and her brother, man, and I'd plead with them, man, that she is not, mentally capable or should in any way, shape, or form be loose in society. And what she did to me, man, is pure hellish, man. Hellish, man. Not only did she poison me over a prolonged period of time, betray me to these, doctors, man, that were going to hack me up for my organs, man, and then screw the cops to get away with me, but robbed me of my estate, left me in excruciating pain, and participated and discredited me in an illegal incarceration and misdiagnosis, and leaving mass murderers loose is discrediting a person that's trying to alert the public that hundreds of millions of people have a genetic trait that nobody's telling them about, that's serious, that results in all forms of known serious and terminal conditions. I mean, is attacking my credibility when I'm trying to be on my best behavior to save people's lives. I need you people that know that Jane is not right in the head, that has used poison before, that it can be very malicious and very sick, to stand up and get help. Make sure she does not do this to nobody else, man. I do not doubt if she falls on financial difficulties, her incapable of suckering somebody else into a huge life insurance policy, or going after somebody with a decent estate and poisoning that poor soul. And it is cruel. It is unbelievable amounts of suffering, man, and it has long-term effects. This person belongs behind bars, man. She's extremely cruel. I've examined my own blood under microscopes. I've documented all the cells, for people that, that know what the hell they're doing, to look and see. I mean, since I got this transfusion, there's something wrong with my RBCs. None of the lab techs have pointed this out, even though I asked them, to perform differentials very carefully. One lab tech noticed that 50% of my white blood cells, 50% of them were atypical. When I, finally developed enough strength and resources to be able to drive, all the way to Missoula, I went down there and I told them, I said, look, man, this is serious. I feel like I'm dying. I know I was poisoned. And it's like, this doctor, man, Donovan, I told her I'd been poisoned with Decon rat poison. She said it was impossible to test for because my X was so deep. She said it was impossible to test for. I found out, man, that the inactive ingredients and the active ingredients can be tested for. And had she done it when I asked, man, it might have stopped me from years of further suffering. So once again, more incompetence and more lack of knowledge. Probably to this day, the inactive ingredients, at least, can still probably be found in tissues in my body. I mean, I was extensively poisoned over an extended period of time. My ex was so devious, man, and then she knew so much about poisons, I thought she might have tried something else as well. So I figured, well, I may as well get, since she won't test for Decon rat poison, even though I saved urine and hair samples from the period in question. When I have them, man, safely stashed away. I'm waiting for competent investigators, man, to come forward to help me put these people. These are psychopaths. And these are not your ordinary criminals, man. These are intelligent people that have conspired, man, to cover for one another, man. Doctors and cops and a psychotic, very intelligent woman. I didn't marry a stupid woman. I married an intelligent, unfortunately for me, psychopath. Very greedy, very manipulative, very skilled, man. She's smart, man. She's been counseling people for over 30 years, man. She knows people really well. She told me she could get away with doing this to me, and so far, man, unbelievably, man, she's been proven right. I mean, who would have thought, man, the cops would have been so corrupt that, just for getting their dick sucked on or waxed or whatever, man, that they would let murderers go free. But that's what's happened. I saved, man, the evidence, man. I saved the evidence, man. I'm certain that these things, man, can prove that, no, I didn't just add poison, man, after the fact and trying to frame somebody, for any reason, or like that I'm just making this all up for any reason. I'm sure that the way it is processed in the body, man, confirms that this person did this to me. Like I said, man, I plead with her sister and her brother, man, especially her younger brother, man. Please, man, do not leave her loose in the public, man. What she's done to me is so cruel, man. As far as I'm concerned, it's infamous in the entire history of the world. But I had these tested as well, arsenic and cyanide, just because of how clever and how deviant she is. Once again, man, I had, abnormal results in the labs that were not addressed. But what was the most important about the abnormal results here was I telling these people that I felt like I was dying. I said, I want any abnormal, results, man, thoroughly investigated. The normal range of this particular, what they call ALT, even though it was elevated under other labs, their particular normal range was elevated. It was a higher result for some reason. And I have a feeling it's because up here in the northwest country, there's a very high incidence of people that have glistens. And so it's skewing what they consider normal findings. Rather than leaving normal ranges normal, they've been adjusting these ranges wider and wider and wider, man. I know because I was a lab tech. I've watched these results, man, over time, man, change and get wider. And it's basically because they don't want to believe that, hundreds of millions of people, man, have a genetic trait like I'm trying to say. Instead, they're just stretching the normal ranges, man, classifying it all as normal. So they do the lab work, and then on the final page, they note that atypical limbs, you're not supposed to have any, man. These, once again, are elevated ranges, 0 to 5. But about half, what they note, about 50% atypical lymphocytes. I'm saying that my immune system is attacking my body in lupus-type scenarios, and that I'm suffering excruciating pain. And this lab tech, man, notes 50% atypical lymphocytes. I tell them I feel like I'm dying, man. And with 50% atypical lymphocytes, that is not normal. That's a serious indicator. And nobody, man, none of these people helped me. Nobody admitted me in an emergency. Nobody asked me, for more details of what the hell I've been through. Extensive malpractice, extensive incompetence, man. This is serious. This is serious in this country. I was a paying patient. I was insured at one time. All during this time, I was begging for the treatment I wanted. I couldn't pay for it. I couldn't get it. I couldn't find a doctor, any of them, out of 4 states that would listen to me. Everybody would roll their eyes at me. This has been going on nonstop. I'm fighting for my life. People don't believe me, man, because I've actually been living with this, incredible suffering for years now. But, man, at this point, man, I'm getting to a point where I can't take it. Seriously, I am in unbelievable amounts of pain, man. And, I can't deal with people, whether they're doctors or not, rolling their eyeballs at me when I'm telling the truth. When I've got medical evidence proving I'm telling the truth, proving there's serious issues going on with my body, and no one's listening. No one's helping me. They're all leaving me misdiagnosed and suffering horribly because they just can't wrap their brains around the fact that I'm telling the truth. Where's the complaint? Let me pause this a second.
shades, again, just for the benefit of those that are still maybe a little skeptical. Okay, this is the website, as you can see, blastthetrumpet.org. And you click on the photo album link at the top. And this is a picture, close-up image, of one of my eyes. I've done a lot of heavy metal chelation and detoxification all on my own because I've had no choice to try to help lessen the amount of suffering I'm in by any and all means available to me, because I haven't been able to get adequate medical care no matter how hard I've tried. This brownish, and it can even be bluish or black. Say you've got brown eyes, then this ring at the very edge of your eye can be almost looking black. And if you've got blue eyes, it can look like dark blue. But as it fades into the white, it'll probably have more of a rustish brownish color. Those are indicative right at the very colored part of your eye of what's called Kayser-Fleischer rings. Now, what I found is Scandinavians will have these hazel colored eyes with like a bluish ring right at the outer perimeters. But at the edge of that blue ring, as it fades into the whites, if you see, brownish or copperish color, those are heavy metal deposits. It shows up in the eyes, and it's called a Kayser-Fleischer ring. You can see here my eye is yellowing. This is white. All this is white. This is yellowing. And chronically bloodshot. And again, it's because the Rayleigh formations makes it harder for hydration for your eyes, so you get chronic bloodshot eyes. And the yellowing, in addition to the ALT indicator of hepatic involvement, that the doctors all just systematically denied. I mean, that anybody with eyeballs can see. That they can clearly see my whites of my eyes were clearly yellowed, and at the very top of my eye, it's very easy to see the heavy metal accumulation known as the Kayser-Fleischer ring that goes all around the colored part of my eye. I mean, a blind person can see this, but the doctors systematically, all of them lied. I mean, here you can really see the heavy metal deposits on the inner and upper part of my eye and all the way around, and the yellow sclera that they all just, in my medical lab reports, just completely lie about. That I'm showing the whole world. These are untouched. They're not retouched. They're not edited. These were actual photographs I took, digital photographs, and all I did was put in the arrows and point out. And that's clearly yellow sclera, and that's clearly Kayser-Fleischer ring, visible to anybody that has eyeballs to see. These doctors are all lying. Now, in my mid-axial, thank God, man, my pan-to-face image is not as clearly defined as some, right? But it is there. You can start to see the snout here and the eyes. Now, they might say, oh, this is perfectly normal, Well, praise God, man, I don't have such heavy metal deposits yet that it's like so clear that, a buffoon could see. But the bottom line is there's still enough of all the other macroscopic signs, to indicate, in addition to my labs that show I have hereditary hemochromatosis, and that there's a genetic link now being discovered between the iron and copper, connection, which is, in other words, hereditary hemochromatosis, was thought at one time to only be about maybe, less than 1% of the population. Then it was thought to be between 1 and 3%. Now it's thought to be as high as 10%. And I'm saying that it's at least that high. That at least 10% have the genetic carriers of not only hereditary hemochromatosis, but Wilson's. And that they're just now on the cutting edge scientifically of bringing this forward, but I don't want to wait for, morons to, think on it another century while they figure it out, while everyone else suffers.
So I'm just telling you point blank, by divine revelation, by my own studies, and I already know when the time is to announce it now. And there needs to be an awareness campaign about this now. Look at this, again, example that they thought that none of this was noteworthy, of these darker indicators in the dura mater part of my brain tissue. Nor did they think that the hummingbird sign was indicative in the mid-sagittal view. Even though I was telling them that I was having, difficulty with, especially at night, muscle tremors and even seizures. And what was considered the dancing leg syndrome. And again, that was all, I told you before, the whole reason that had to be fought in court was because it's directly connected to Wilson's. Here you can see where I was shot, part of my skull still missing. Here in the bone marrow regions, I'm saying that these are indicators of bone marrow aplasia, and that if I could actually get, some MRIs or actually CAT scans of my femurs, that it probably would prove beyond all doubt to even the most skeptical that I'm telling the truth about the incompatible blood transfusion. So when I say I survived a direct gunshot wound to the head and I know what pain is, these images prove that that's true. And that's how I met the Lord. For some of us, it's the hard way. I met the Lord the hard way, and it pains me to have people, and when I've already seen that He's risen, and I've already been on the other side, and I know I've personally been in outer darkness and in paradise, and know that the Bible is telling the truth, to have people sit there and argue to their own decimation and destruction, not only in this life, but in the everlasting, it's painful for me. Here's another place where it shows when I survived a direct gunshot wound to the head. Christ saved me by His grace, although now that I'm suffering from the hell of being seriously maltreated, it makes me wonder, was it such a blessing for me even? And I keep hoping in a brighter day. Giant panda face and emerging cub. You can see the eyes and the nose, and even the larger giant panda face in the background of the emerging cub. The giant panda face would be the larger image, right? And then the emerging cub in the smaller image here. This is associated with undiagnosed Wilsons. These images, man, the only thing that I did was highlight the region that these indicators are in so that people could see it easily. In other words, I didn't draw it in here, just to, these are actual, MRIs. My MRIs. Michael Swenson. Michael Swenson. And these people have been lying and leaving me in horrible agony as a result. I'm able to get any decent medical care whatsoever. There's just another image where you can see the emerging cub. These are images I took to my doctor, man. I showed these to Bergstahler, man. Anybody but a blind person can see that that's yellow sclera, man. That's clearly not white sclera. Yellow sclera. Anybody but a blind person can see that those are Kayser-Fleischer rings. But this guy instead, man, not only did he lie about when I requested about having an expert review the x-rays for the enlarged spleen and liver, plus the MRI images that were left unaddressed, plus the bone marrow aplasia left unaddressed. I mean, all the types of things I was saying I was suffering from that were clearly left unaddressed.
You can see Kaiser Fleischer rings in my eyes, man, plainly, man. Even a blind person can, I mean, anybody but a blind person, I should say, could see that. It's obvious. And same thing with the yellowing sclera. I'm not saying I'm an expert by any stretch of the imagination, you know, but I've probably done as much research now on Wilson's as at least, you know, some of these people that call themselves doctors, man, that are just generally familiar with the term, at least that much. Frankly, I know I've done more so, much more so. Maybe even more so than assistants that actually work in these Wilson treatment facilities. Anyway, this is a website I designed a long time ago, and it hasn't been updated. You know, all my contact information is outdated and everything. But my P.O. box now is 3377, and it's Coeur d'Alene, Idaho 83816. COEURD''ALENE, Idaho 83816, 3377. But my certifications, man, are still true. So technical certifications, right? One of them was that I was a medical laboratory specialist. So I know enough, you know. I mean, again, this is, you know, over 2 decades old now, right? And this is a long time ago. But at the same time, I still know enough, you know, to be able to look at those lab reports, to do the research to refresh what I learned. Here it is, 26th of April, 1985, so it's more than 20 years ago. But this is me. So when I say I was a medical laboratory technician or specialist and stuff, I'm not lying. Michael E. Swenson from the U.S. Army, Academy of Health Sciences. And when I say that I can recognize, you know, electronic devices, or quite a few electronic devices, because I was electronics, you know, technician. This is just the basic electricity and electronics school. This was supposedly on average a 6-month self-paced course that I finished in 2 weeks, you know, with a 98% average. I even got a commendation from the commanding officer. And I went to ETA school and was graduating at the top of my class when a few days away from graduation, they pulled me out of my class for having popped a urinalysis for THC. And I've got other certifications: automotive technician, printing press operator, computer specialist, internet designer, ordained minister. This was recommended, you know, this ministerial ordination by other ministers, I think 3 other ministers or something like this, you know, but it's not like I didn't study. It's not like they didn't, you know, just arbitrarily just say, okay, we're going to recommend this guy. I had all these studies, nothing but A's in all my studies, almost all 100s. I might have missed 1 or 2 questions out of thousands of questions regarding biblical studies, and sometimes the ones that I'd miss would just be simply because I disagreed with the, you know, the professor's point of view or their particular organizational point of view on a, you know, a theological topic. Right? What I'm getting at is it might not even have been wrong. Right? I taught, you know, while incarcerated, adult basic education, or helped teach, I should say, to be more accurate. And all my evaluations are the highest, you know, levels. I got, you know, certificates of outstanding performance. As a teacher's aide. all these evaluations. I mean, I'm not going to go over every single one of them, right? The point being is I was teaching adult basic education, subjects, right? And in all these evaluations, while incarcerated, I was given the highest scores you can get, 15 plus, right? I mean, almost every one of them. I received, when I say I received 2 nominations, here's my nomination to West Point, and it was by Congressman, you might not be able to read this, so close this. In 84, November 16th. Congress of the United States. To me, Michael Swenson, and my then address. Congratulations, I'm pleased to inform you that you are nominated for appointment to the United States Military Academy. And it's signed Congressman Timothy E. Worth. And I was also nominated to Annapolis, I don't know, a couple years later or so, when I was in the Navy. First endorsement of Seaman Michael Swenson in 86, so a couple years later, about 2.5 years later, to the United States Naval Academy. Nomination to the United States Naval Academy or Naval Academy Preparatory School if for any reason I wasn't accepted directly into the academy. And it goes on to be like, saying I was at the top of my class, electronics school, and I had ASVAB scores that were excellent. Sometimes some of the tests I didn't miss a single question. I'm not boasting, man. It's just that I know I come across now, because of what's been done to me, not in the, best light or circumstances. Sometimes I don't audibly express myself as well as I used to because my speech is challenged now. I get massive migraines and headaches and stuff. I mean, I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm just trying to say that it's not like I don't possess enough intelligence, man, to be telling people straight, about what I've been through and about what I've uncovered, about what's going on in this country and the reason why I've been unable to get these people arrested no matter how hard I've tried. It's just a systematic, part of other people being A, too lazy to do their jobs, or B, too ignorant to understand that I'm showing proof that requires prosecution of these criminals. And I'm not saying that they're stupid. When I say ignorant, all I'm saying is that they are lacking knowledge, that they're not able to recognize the proof that I'm showing as evidence because they don't have enough background as diverse as mine. Now, I'm not saying that I'm an expert in any one of these fields, but I'm saying that because I have diverse knowledge over a wide variety of subjects, I'm able to recognize, things that are going on in our society and able to put them all together to see the big picture in such a way that I am seriously concerned for the freedom and safety of every citizen in the United States, and as far as I'm concerned, that matter the world, if this continues in the direction of following the spirit of Antichrist in this country, and especially for my Christian brothers and sisters, that as I see it, I have no choice right now but to call every single solitary decent man, woman, and child in this country to alarm, to maintain your right to bear arms, and to never take the RFID biochip no matter what. This thing about you floating out of here in the pre-tribulation rapture has me concerned, because as I see it, then people will think that the RFID biochip can't be the mark of the beast, because they've been taught that they're going to float out of here before any of that comes about. And I'm telling you that that's a false doctrine, and to not allow, RFID branding under any circumstances of any of your children or yourselves, and to pass on the truth of the fact that right now what we have existing in our country has systematically lined up with the very evil that brought about the Holocaust in Nazi Germany, namely the incredible lie of evolution and the destruction, the systematic destruction of teaching the true history of our Christian heritage in this country, and perverting, arguments of science that actually, validate intelligent design, and that the one true God of the universe is that of the Holy Bible. And when we see that type of intentional thing taking place in our country, and people coming forward and saying, railroad cars are being fitted with, shackle irons, and we've got an invasion of armored troops of UN vehicles in our country, and we've got concentration camps being refitted, and there's websites like this one called Forbidden Knowledge. Applied called the VeriChip. Government is posed to inject you with tracking devices. At any rate, if you go through this, they've got photographs, man, showing in the Luciferian power structure and government in Washington. At any rate, it goes into great detail, and they've got actual images, man. The Order of the Skull and Bones, man, that a lot of our political leaders belong to. You would think that, it's just a bunch of, paranoid individuals, but when you start getting into, the photographic evidence that they have of all these things taking place, of how the New World Order actually is, in fact, not just planned anymore, but in well underway and in great process. And a lot of people are saying, great. Even Christians are saying great, and I'm saying not so great. Not unless you're, liking to be, brutally tortured and murdered. I don't want to see the rise of the Antichrist in our country. I don't want to see Christian brothers and sisters, man, hauled off to concentration camps, tortured, raped, murdered. Now, without doing my best to say it doesn't have to be that way. You don't have to let the devil, man, just, run rampant all over the earth. We could put up at least a wee bit of a fight for our own freedoms and our lives. Right? And I just can't believe how many people are just like, well, God said it, so, here's my butt, brand me, I'll be your slave, devil. I can't believe how many people have this fatalistic Christianity, man. Well, God said it would happen, so may as well just let it just go about. He also said we fought, man. The devil fought us and he didn't prevail. He didn't say we just bent over, and said, "Here, devil, brand my butt as your personal slave." I mean, I can't believe how many apathetic Christians there, so-called Christians there are, man. I mean, during great time of alarm. At any rate, so at this site, which is called We Love Jesus Christ and You, click the Christian Links button. And then scroll down, and you can either go to apologetics. Oh, if you need a Bible in your country and languages, you can click on these links, and you can get Bibles in almost every single major language and dialect known to mankind now. The Word of God, man, it's not like it's not available. Scientific support and apologetics for the validity of the Bible. The Bible is now proven valid scientifically. There's all kinds of scientific approaches to proving the validity of the Holy Scriptures. The real Mount Sinai. I like this website, Penkoski.com. He talks about the banking solution. You know, that if there was just one bank where all the money was at, then there wouldn't be any need for foreclosures. I like his banking solution. It goes into different parts and so on and so forth. But the real Mount Sinai, the reason I'm going over this is because when I say God has revealed to me certain things, and for people not even to think that God's real or that the Bible's just full of, mythological stories because they've been brainwashed in our public schools, I have to, bring to their attention that science has been proving that the Bible is historically, accurate. It's not just stories, man. This mountain's burned. You can see it's all blackened at the top. It's not volcanic. When they crack open the granite rocks, the rocks are all melted on the outside. They're not pumice, they're not obsidian, they're granite that was melted at the top, and there's no other mountain like it on the whole planet. They found the altar with the Egyptian glyphs of the cows that worship. They found this rock, man, top of this hill, man, that was split just like the Bible talks about, and waters came out, and you can see the erosion of water that came out from this rock all the way down, filling a valley which could have watered millions with all of their flocks. And it's still there to this day, man. I mean, this mountain, man, nowhere else on earth, blackened on top, man. Melted down. It's got the Pillars of Solomon marking the actual crossing with the chariot wheel, and this four-spoked wheel is identified as Pharaoh's chariot wheel, overlaid with gold. They found it, so Pharaoh was drowned, in the water there, and his chariot, wheel is there as evidence, along with the chariot wheels of the rest of his army, sometimes whole axles. Mount Sinai, Red Sea crossing. Here you can really see the wheel real easily. This is obviously not a natural currents in the water, and here's the four spokes. And again, the four-spoke chariot wheel was associated, especially golden overlaid in the Gulf of Aqaba, was associated with Pharaoh's chariot wheel. And it's in the depictions, man, associated in Egypt. Found a whole bunch of bones, human bones there, leg bones. The crossing sites are marked by these giant pillars called the Pillars of Solomon. And then here's the real Mount Sinai with the, burnt on top where Moses got the Ten Commandments. And it's all fenced off and guarded by the Saudi Arabian government. And it's just not wanting a whole bunch of tourists, man, to see the reality of the fact that, the God of the Holy Bible is the one true God. You see the coral-covered chariot wheels here. You can see the natural incrustation of the coral, but you can see the round chariot wheels that it's clinging to with the spokes. See, the multi-spoke chariot wheels were those of the army. The four-spoke wheel was reserved for, that I showed earlier, Pharaoh. So it shows that Pharaoh was drowned, not just his army. You can see some of these with the hubs and axles on them. You can clearly see the chariot wheels in the Gulf of Aqaba to this day. Right where here you can see the two wheels. Here's the wheel, here's the axle, here's the second wheel. Again, it's got corals now growing on them, but you can clearly see that this is chariot wheels and axles. Divers, when they get up close, it's a very clear-cut case, man, that those are not natural formations. And again, here's this giant pillar of Solomon marking the crossing. So, Solomon knew where they crossed. And there happens to be, geologic shelf, man, right where they crossed too. And deep water on either side. So it would have been easily possible, man, for, just like the account says, for the Lord to have parted the waters and for Pharaoh and his army to go down into the water, and then the waters came and drowned them all, just like the scriptures say. Here's a hub and another chariot wheel. So in other words, and there's, again, where Moses received the Ten Commandments, the real Mount Sinai, burnt at the top, just like the scriptures say. And they found marble, from Egypt, in Saudi Arabia. The Exodus actually really happened, it's not like just a story, man, for the movies, the Ten Commandments. It's a historic fact. I can't believe how many people I talked to, man, that just spewed off, complete ignorance, man, and or just have done no research, man. I got Archaeology Digest, man, for a number of years, man, reading from secular accounts of these discoveries. Including finding, the walls of Jericho had crumbled down just like, the scriptures say. So Sodom and Gomorrah, man, found. And again, there's man-made structures with, 90-degree angles, right angles, and step pyramid-type construction, even with sphinxes and stuff. All surrounding the Dead Sea area and the plains of Zoar. These are man-made structures. You can see 90-degree angles. All man-made structures right in the desert. And in these structures where you can see all these walls and are embedded these sulfur balls, which is in King James Day was called brimstone. So when it says God rained down brimstone upon Sodom and Gomorrah and the 5 cities of the plains of Zoar, the evidence is there to this day for people to see with their, naked eyeballs. You don't have to, it's not even microscopic. It's real evidence of brimstone embedded in man-made structures that have now become ashen ruins. So when I say I'm concerned about this nation because of its sodomic, behavior of perversities, I mean, look at these. These are clearly man-made structures in the desert, man. And they're pelted with brimstone, man, burned, man, into nothing but ash and ruins to this day. Formations were clearly man-made. That's not a natural formation. Look at that, 90 degree angles, sloped roof. They're man-made structures in the Dead Sea region. Giant structures even remains of sphinxes, like this one here. And again, you can see the leveled steep. And again, angular construction, clearly man-made. Josephus even said we can see, the ruins to this day, as a warning to us all, man. They found these brimstone, pellets, man, that burned right into these formations, man, leaving them ash and rubble. And I think that somebody said they burned hot enough to even melt, metals. These were literally embedded, man, into the man-made structures. Brimstone or sulfur. 95.7% pure. They found, man, Zeboam, Admah, Gomorrah, Sodom, and Zoar, in these locations. And right along the Dead Sea. And in those locations they were, you can see, just turned to ash, man. And burned, man, by the brimstone pellets. So the warning, man, of not to become, man, perverse in sexual behavior, man, is laid out to this day for the entire world to take note of. And when God says don't do something, He means it. When people just want to do things just because it feels good or whatever, seems right to them, in rebellion against the Almighty, endangers, man, the welfare of an entire nation, and for that matter, the world, if the whole world becomes perverse. So when I stand up, it's not because I'm like saying, hey man, I'm judging you. It's me saying, hey, what you're doing is threatening my welfare. It's threatening the survivability of our entire country. And the evidence is still before our eyes to this day. And when God says something, He means it. For all you don't want to believe in God, it's just you don't want to believe in God because you don't want to listen to His instructions and follow His commandments. You're rebels, man. And I don't mean that in the good sense. This guy lowered, I think, like some type of fiber optic or something through a crack and took a picture of a golden image of what he says is the Ark of the Covenant. That happened to be directly below where Christ was crucified. And he claims that the blood of the Lamb ran down upon the mercy seat according to the fulfillment of the law. That Christ's blood actually ran through the crack during the earthquake, and that the Ark of the Covenant happened to be below ground, below where Christ was crucified, and the blood actually ran through the crack and landed on the mercy seat, the blood of the Lamb, in keeping with the law. And that's where he said he took this image, that's blurry, mind, but was a golden image, and he said he could see two angels on either side with wings. And you'd have to get the book called The Ark of the Covenant. I think it's by Gray. Or you go to this guy's site or museum location, which says that Ron Wyatt, basically was an amateur archaeologist and made these discoveries. He's got other things that are kind of cool, like the pyramid machine and stuff. It's kind of beside the point. We've got movies and documentaries now of the real Mount Sinai with, a lot of footage about the real crossing. The point being, a lot of people don't know. The Bible Code has software that anybody can purchase now, so you can actually, verify for yourself instead of just watching these documentaries on TV about the fact that God encrypted messages in the scriptures while having real history recorded and real prophetic events recorded, in addition to other types of codes like numerology. I think it was like the 318 servants or something like that were circumcised, Abraham's servants, denoted that Christ would be crucified, and I think that was explained in the book of Clement, in the lost books of the Bible. I don't want to get too far off. Phi Theta Kappa Honor Society, International Who's Who of Entrepreneurs, Editor's Choice, Outstanding Achievement in Poetry. I've got greater or lesser recognitions for, even though I don't have a bunch of letters after my names, when you start adding up all of these diverse, topics, you see I've got years of education and many diverse careers and ways of life. But I just want to stick to the fact that see the emerging cub right there? See the little eyes and the nose? Besides my labs, besides the just the Kaiser Fleischer rings. I know they don't say right now that Kaiser Fleischer rings are definitive for Wilson's, but they are. So I'm just going to come out and say it, even though probably, there'll be amateurs, maybe even experts that might argue with me. I'm just going to come right out and tell the world, man, that if you've got Kaiser Fleischer rings, you have this genetic trait, because it's the truth. I know it's the truth, even if the scientists don't yet. And I know it's the truth because I know God. If you have these Kaiser Fleischer rings in your eyes, you have this genetic trait. You have a propensity for accumulating heavy metals in your body, and you need to practice heavy metal chelation and heavy metal detoxification regularly. And if you see these rings getting a lot thicker, like how bad this was in my eyes before I realized what they were, and I started practicing my own chelation and detoxification immediately when I found out. I'm still suffering. And I'm suffering because of the incompatible blood transfusion. Whether they want to acknowledge it or not, they're saying that if I had developed graft versus host, what their excuse is that I'd be dead. Why? Because it has anywhere to an 80 to 100% mortality rate. And they're saying there's no way somebody could have survived for years in that much pain. And I say to them, man, you need to look at all of the examples of people that have survived, man, in situations where they're just considered impossible. Some people have a will, man, to fight on, especially under circumstances like this. where I'm testifying that mass murderers are loose in hospitals, and I'm trying to save people's lives from meeting, the same type of criminals I met with, unfortunately. By creating public awareness and the need for cameras, man, during all anesthetized procedures, medical and dental, anytime somebody's put out and can't defend themselves. I know you don't want to believe, man, that people could be like, Nazi Germany for criminals, man. But if they could do it then, man, God says in the last days it would even be worse. So trust me, there's people that can and do those things. And unfortunately, I've met them face to face. Like I said, I just want to go over the fact that doctors, when you read my medical reports, say there's no indications of liver complications or whatever, even though you can see in my CAT scans gallstones, and it was acknowledged about the lesion, and again, it was a tiny lesion, but he didn't acknowledge all the other discolorations of my liver, nor did he acknowledge that both my spleen and my liver were enlarged, indicating Wilson's, nor did he ever acknowledge, the jaundice type symptoms in my eyes. Your eye, man, I don't care what anybody says, that's yellow, and that is not normal, healthy sclera. And when you get as many doctors as I have in my medical reports all lying about these things, to say that they're all just so damn incompetent and ignorant that they're just, life-threatening in their ignorance, is saying that, frankly, they ought to be banned from practicing medicine at the very best. But that's an unreasonable conclusion to assume that many doctors, when I'm telling them point blank and they're arguing with me why I'm suffering, and that I'm not asking their opinion for their diagnosis. I've already been diagnosed. That I was trying to get treatment. That I was willing to pay for treatment and couldn't get it. For them to systematically deny and misdiagnose, harmfully discredit, charge me, illegally incarcerate, slander, libel, and let other doctors get away with what they did to me in trying to murder me, is to say that it's a logical conclusion that we have a level of corruption in hospitals now with doctors working in groups to systematically discredit and attack people that might survive these homicides so that the rest of the public doesn't know this is going on. And then the only way that could be the case is if our government is involved. If our government's not involved, then why didn't they arrest the mass murderers in Katrina? Why did they let him go? And if the government isn't involved, why have I had to contact local authorities, state authorities, the legislator, congressmen, senators, medical review boards, hospital administrators, and even file a $10 trillion complaint just to make sure every single federal, and even the FBI, and U.S. Attorney General and U.S. Prosecutor, the list goes on. I have been fighting this now for years, trying to get these people locked up for other people's safety, and so that I can finally get the medical treatment I need. Because every time I go in to see a doctor or a nurse, I have to deal with the same type of roll your eyeball skepticism that there's no way I should even be alive if I'm telling the truth. And yet I'm getting to a point where I might not be. And I don't want to have to die before people realize I've been telling the truth all along. I'm in a lot of pain. I'm telling the truth. And I want, competent medical practitioners, man, at this point in time, because it's been so long, and I've been suffering so outrageously for so long, as to what they think the best course, that could be done for me to recover is. Because it should have been compatible transfusion therapy right away. But now I'm not so sure if that's, the very best thing. And I'm not so sure that since I've met such incredible ignorance in this country, that they would even know how to do that properly. Short of going to, something like, St. Luke's or something where they do it for little kids. When they've got, some type of leukemia or anemia or someplace where they've got to have their bone marrows, completely replaced. At this point, and I may need specialized care, highly specialized care. I'm in an incredible amount of pain. I'm having extreme difficulty, functioning on a very basic level anymore. I practically weep, every time I'm out of groceries, just for the idea of having to go to the store, and for pride, man, to keep myself from, crawling, I lean on the grocery cart as much as I possibly can, trying to keep myself upright. Because I don't, look like, I'm 80 years old needing to, roam the store in a scooter. And I wouldn't be able to get my groceries, enough to last for a month in one of those scooters with those little tiny baskets anyways. That's another thing I don't understand, right? Just because somebody's disabled doesn't mean they don't eat anymore, but they always put these little tiny baskets, man, on any type of medical, devices for assisting people, rather than something that actually maybe rolls with the device, that's large enough. I don't care if it's a little trailer or whatever they got to do, man, to make it adequate for somebody to actually get their groceries, for crying out loud. I suppose, man, I don't want to have to keep hammering this, man, too much, but, man, the reason why I'm showing these images is because these prove, man, I'm telling the truth and that they're lying. I want them locked up. I want these people arrested. They should not be loose. Basically, there's whole teams of doctors and nurses that are getting away with murdering people and torturing them because they all lie for one another. And they go to their 9-to-5 jobs and they work amidst decent people, and there's enough people that die in these hospitals that there's enough plausible deniability to get away with, murdering a significant amount of people, harvesting their organs and acting like it was all whoopsie and accidental. And because everybody else wants to believe that, people are generally decent, when the scriptures say people are generally not decent. The scriptures conclude that all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. And they sin a lot worse than others. That basically, when we have accountability for people serving up burgers and fries and no accountabilities for physicians when they've been some of the worst criminals in history, I frankly think it's inexcusable. We need cameras on all anesthetized procedures that feed legal representatives that are publicly paid for by properly taking over all natural resources, so that we have legal representation from the poor to the rich in this country. Especially during all medical procedures, man, where the number one, as far as I'm concerned, the number one cause of death in America is not, heart disease or cancers or anything like that. Not even accidents, not even drunk driving, none of that. It's hospital-caused homicides. Basically, conservatively, some 200,000 plus every year die of those that are reported by hospital-caused deaths. Those are reported. And it's estimated that only 5 to 20% are actually reported. So that means at best, 1 million Americans every year are being, some reason, shape, or form, ending up prematurely dead by either hospital mistakes or intentional homicides, and as much as 4 million. So 1 to 4 million Americans are ending up dead prematurely in hospitals every year. And if you add that up over the past 20 years, that means there's been more Americans, man, murdered in America than all other wars that we participated in combined. More than the Holocaust of Nazi Germany. To think that there's that many whoopsie daisies from people that went to med school. Come on, people. Stop being so naively trusting. Stop thinking so well of people. It's time we put these people under serious scrutiny. As far as I'm concerned, man, all death certificates, all death records of all patients, especially in mental hospitals over the past decade, need to be thoroughly examined. And where there's been an inordinate amount of premature deaths for anesthesiologists and coroners present. As far as I'm concerned, they need to be investigated for multiple homicides. And lock these people up. Lock them up. Eugenic, fascist, man. Sadistic, sick individuals that they are. So when you go to, my home page, right, I've got a link to download the $10 trillion class action suit I filed. I've got a link to, when I allege illegal organ harvesting is an epidemic problem, man. Eugenics being in place. Where's the, I want any encoders, developers, or web hosting services to mirror this site, man. So the government, man, can't be like, either blogging it or somehow banning it, from public knowledge. How come my new information is not present? I've revised and republished this page. Why has it not been changed? That's disturbing. Let's see if it's changed on this other page. It's really disturbing, man. When I publish this, man, it should be available online, right then. Why has it not? When I republished this, man, at least 3-4 days ago. It should be showing the new information by now. It should be showing it, as soon as it's posted to the server. At any rate, you can view and listen to my legal testimony, which is extensive, but I've put up some synopsis, for people to be able to view it a lot easier. Because it could take a long time to download these. Some of them are files that are even 500 megabytes, or some of them might even be a gigabyte. So unless you have high bandwidth, very high bandwidth, it could take you a while to download these videos. At any rate, I want people, man, to become informed. I'm telling the truth about what was done to me. Doctors and nurses tried to murder me, and then doctors and nurses in an entire region have been covering it up, and even in a different hospital, they tried to join in so that I wouldn't be alive here to this day to testify. So what I'm saying is that it's now, gotten to a point where it's covering regions. where doctors and nurses are covering for, they think, decent ones think they're covering for, people that are just blundering, man, but really they're covering up homicide attempts, man. Cops do it, and apparently the medical professionals are doing it now. And I want as decent, cops and decent medical professionals to stop covering for criminals, man. Every time you do this, you're damning your sons and daughters to growing up in a world of increasing danger to them. So stop thinking you're being buddies, man. Stop thinking you're like, preventing, a lawsuit that these people frankly deserve. Frankly, for all of you that are covering for these criminals, it's hard not to wish that you endure, man, the hell I've been through, so you understand how horrible it is what you're doing. Knock it off. It's time to be responsible adults, man. Stop covering for rapists, robbers, murderers, and slimy pieces of eugenic fascist shit. They belong behind bars, all of them. Let's return this country to its Christian heritage and to valuing life. Let's do it as soon as possible.